Today, we are on the third day of our 5-day FDP. Today's session is actually dedicated to the topic research software tools and eco-friendly technologies. Our first speaker of the day is Dr. S. Venkata Mohan, who is currently the Chief Scientist at CSIR Indian Institute of Chemical Technology, Hyderabad. Dr. Mohan is working in the areas of biofuels, chemicals, biorefinery, advanced waste management, environmental surveillance, and circular bioeconomy. His current focus is on developing sustainable processes through a nexus approach for the production of low carbon energy, chemicals, materials with a regenerative, resilient approach. Dr. Mohan has published 420 research articles, 60 book chapters. He has edited 5 books and has 9 patents, and also have supervised 37 PhD students. His publications had more than 27,500 citations with an H index of 89 in Google Scholar. He is the recipient of the coveted Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize from the Government of India and has also received several awards and honors, which include INAE SERB Abdul Kalam Technology Innovation National Fellow, DBT Tata Innovation Fellow 2018, Prosper.net Scopus Young Research Award by United Nations University, etc. Dr. Mohan is also an elected fellow of the National Academy of Engineering, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Academy of Sciences, etc. So may I now call upon Dr. S. Venkat Mohana for giving his lecture.
Yeah, before that, Dr. Mohan, I just wanted to say something that good morning and welcome all participants to this third day of faculty development program on innovative methods, skills and eco-friendly technologies for quality and impactful research. Just a quick recap of yesterday's program that we had an excellent sessions wherein Professor Suresh Kumar Garg from Delhi Technological University, Professor Sanjay Kumar Jha, Director Liberal Arts, Amity University, Dr. Anirban Das, Amity Institute of Science and Technology, Dr. Sagnik De, Institute Chair Professor, Center for Atmospheric Science, Indian Institute of Technology, New Delhi, and Dr. Fatima from Biotechnology, Amity University, Haryana. They gave an excellent informative inputs and real-life examples related to quality and impactful research and its ecosystem. So all the sessions were very fruitful and all the participants, they enjoyed and they took participation in all kind of sessions. Today also we have great renowned speakers with us throughout the day. And the first plenary session, as you have just heard, that will be taken by Dr. S. Venkata Mohan, who is a scientist in CSIR, Indian Institute of Chemical Technology, Hyderabad, and followed by Dr. Ritu Sharma from Amity Business School, Dr. Varghese, who is the System Analyst, Center for Study of Regional Development, School of Social Sciences, JNU, New Delhi, and Dr. Ujjaini Das Gupta, who is from Biotechnology, Amity University, Gurugram. So we have galaxy of very, very good eminent resource person today. And I'm sure that through their sessions, all of us are going to get great, all of us are getting great benefit. So Dr. Mohan, a warm welcome to you. We are very happy that you are after you are having such a busy schedule, but you have still accepted our invite to be here on this platform to give your insights. Thank you so much, Dr. Mohan, and warm welcome to you.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjana, for the opportunity, and also Dr. Parajita for a very nice introduction. I will share my slides, sir.
Yes, yes, Dr.
So are you able to see my slides in full screen mode?
Yes, Dr. Mohan, we can see your slide.
Yeah. So very good morning to all. It's my pleasure today to be with you to speak something on eco technologies. For that, I would like to thank Dr. Sanjana for giving me this wonderful opportunity, as well as Amity University. So today, based on the topic of the FDP program, I would like to speak on nature-based solutions, how we can take it to produce chemicals or fuels in a sustainable way. So I am from Indian Institute of Chemical Technology. Basically, I am a civil engineer, but working on environmental engineering. Now is little focusing on bioengineering related to environment. In this presentation, I would like to briefly discuss why we have to move towards sustainability, how important it is to move towards sustainability in the context of climate change, and present some of the data which necessitates the sustainability issues, and go towards natural-based solutions. And briefly at the end of the presentation, quickly I will go through what we are doing in ISCT with reference to the biological process that I would like to say natural-based solutions towards production of fuels and chemicals. So as I told you that I'm from Indian Institute of Chemical Technology. It's a premier research laboratory. Among the 38 laboratories CSR have, this one specifically focus on chemistry and pharma research, focusing on sustainability as a main criteria. I am from Environmental Engineering Department. We try to support the process which is being developed by ISCT with reference to environment, with reference to sustainability also. Apart from that, we also do basic research, basic and applied research specific to the waste to energy or waste to chemicals. So my research group basically focus on biological routes, trying to domesticate bacteria, microalgae, and try to use feedstocks such as wastewater, microalgae, agri-biomass, as well as gaseous emissions such as CO2 and syngas, and try to use the biocatalyst in a biorefinery mode, like bacteria, yeast, as well as microalgae, to produce fuels in the form of biohydrogen or bioethane, or chemicals called fatty acids or biopolymers. So our approach is circular economy. Sorry. And try to use life cycle analysis in assessing the sustainability of the process we are developing, as well as process being developed by ISCT. So in this presentation, I will try to briefly go with discussing on climate change, and then move towards circular economy, why we have to move from fossil to circular economy, and how important we have to take natural-based solutions in the context of decarbonization, and try to stress upon waste as a potential feedstock for future generation. And very briefly present some of the process.
Sorry to disturb you in between. We can't see your face. Can you just little bit? Yes, now it's okay.
So sorry, I got a cough initially.
Now, now your head is on.
Yeah,
now it's fine. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So then briefly touch upon the process because it's a multidisciplinary audience. So I will only present the scope, why we are using this process and how it can look into decarbonization, and finally close my presentation by putting some of the models which everybody can look into while doing the research. So going into the introduction, so energy, everybody knows that we are dependent on fossils, and these graphs you might have seen, but I would like to stress upon that after industrialization, particularly after 1950, our requirement for energy as well as other anthropogenic activities increased significantly, and you can see the exponential rise in utility of coal, oil, and gas, which are fossil in nature, and that is creating significant issues with respect to the global climate change. So as per the installed capacity, India at present is at the third position with respect to renewable energy, accounting for 166 gigawatts. So last 3 to 4 years, there is significant improvement, and we need renewable energy, particularly to support our energy requirements and not depending on the fossils. So apart from the moving towards renewables, as per as MNRE records, wherein wind energy accounts for 35%, solar about 51%, and other things, small hydro, biomass, they are less than 5 to 7%. However, we have significant potential to use our biopower. As per the estimated potential, we have about 22.5 gigawatts. but at present only installed less than 4 gigawatts. We have huge potential, and it is inevitable to move from fossil-based energy sources to renewable-based energy sources, which is very important. So not only for energy, this is a figure, a very complex figure I have taken from Department of Energy, wherein you can see that all the materials at present which we are using for our daily requirement is again originating from fossil base. So either petroleum or natural gas. So all these red and blue lines are going everywhere. Whatever material at present we are using, that is basically originating from the fossil resources. And so we can call ours as a fossil-based economy. So without fossils at present, we cannot sustain. And also it's a linear economy. Our fossil requirement is going significantly increasing because our demand for materials as well as energy. So with this present consumption pattern, these fossils will not be available for future generation, particularly when we look into this graph on the right side to you. So after a certain period of time, with present consumption pattern, after 2030, there will be availability of these resources will go down. So we have to search for alternative materials, which is very important, either for energy or for materials. So that is very important to sustain future generation. And another important issue here I would like to get to your notice is regarding the materials. At present, as per 2021 records, a circular gap report, which was released in 2022, we are consuming near to 100 billion tons of material per year. So this is 4 times more than compared to 1970, but our population has increased 2 times since 1970. So there is a huge requirement of materials. And this left side graph, you can see that among the materials, only less than 8% we are recovering back. Even though those materials has value, we are only recovering 8% of material. Other material is going to landfills. It's a very important issue, needs to be considered. And as you know that planetary boundaries from Stockholm Resilience Center, about 9 planetary boundaries, we have crossed the tipping points with respect to 3. So here, adding to this one, our emissions, CO2 emissions are significantly increasing. At present, we are at near to 40 gigatons. So India is the 3rd largest emitter, accounting to less than 3 gigatons as per 2022 records. So this is also a very major concern, which is originating from our daily activities, either from fuel usage or transportation or heating, whatever is the thing, it's CO2 is emitting from the things. So here I would like to mention about Earth Overshoot Day. Many of you might know about this Earth Overshoot Day, which is being published by Overshoot Organization. So they accounted Earth capacity with respect to the anthropogenic activities. So this graph, blue and red graph, starting from 1971, as from the records, it is 1 Earth is required to regenerate back the activities what we have done in that particular year. It's a kind of ecological footprint and biocapacity that can regenerate back. So because of our anthropogenic activities, you can see there is significant reduction with respect to Earth Overshoot Day. The first Earth Overshoot Day, 1971, was somewhere in December 28th or so. So in 2022, the Earth Overshoot Day was near July, end of the July. So as per this, we required 1.75 times of Earth to regenerate back the activities which we have done for that year. So Earth has to regenerate its biocapacity. Whatever activities we are doing, it should not exceed the regenerative capacity of the Earth. So otherwise, at a certain point of time, Earth required, as with the same way which we are doing right now, by 2050, we required near to 3 times of Earth area to regenerate back whatever activities we are doing. So this is also a very major concern with respect to climate change. So whatever all biocapacity we have with respect to photosynthetic activity or ocean things and other things. So that is the biocapacity. So this is going down because of our incremental activities of the humankind. So apart from that, there is one article, very interesting article in 2020, it was published, As per the article, it is mentioned that first time in the human history, the anthropogenic materials has increased the mass of biomass of the earth the first time. So this also again says that we are exceeding the biocapacity of earth. So as per their calculations, the living biomass is only 4 gigatons, accounting for animals. But when we see with the plastics, at present, 8 gigatons of plastic is available on global earth. So again, when we look into the trees and shrubs, accounting for 900 gigatons, when we compare with the building and infrastructure, it is more than 1,100 gigatons. So this says that we are exceeding the biogenic capacity of the earth, which is a very significant issue, which needs to be addressed with respect to decarbonization as well as climate change issues. So try to put some of the facts here, just to put in one slide, like we need to change is inevitable, very important. As we discussed in earlier slides, our domestic material consumption, which reached 1,000 billion tons in 2022, with annual with per capita of 5 to 27 tons per person per year. This variation is because of the economic situation of that particular country. Like USA, they use more of material per person per year, but in some low economic countries, it's very less material. So with this consumption pattern in linear consumption mode, by 2050, we will be reaching near to 180 billion tons per year. So there is almost 80% of increment in another 30 years with reference to the material requirement by the man. So this is a very alarming figure again. And as you know, by 2050, the population will reach 10 billions. 10 billion population requires all these required materials, which is a very huge amount. You can account for it. And India accounts near to 20% of the global population. So if you continue to live like this and produce like today, by 2050, we require 3 times more resources, a lot of stress on finite resources, and 50% of more fuel, and 70% of more of food, feed, and fiber, 50% of more water, as well as adding to all these, 70% of population will live in urban cities. So that's again a major issue. So it's a very concentrated packets where urban context, 2% of global area will be used. However, it contributes to 80% of GDP. But the major issue is 75% of natural resources will be consumed in cities by 2050 and accounts for 70% of global warming, apart from 50% of global waste production. These are huge figures. Concentratedly at one place, resources are being used, as well as emissions are being emitted, gases emissions. So to move towards something sustainable, sustainable development goals, you know, the 12 sustainable development goals says about responsible consumption and production. This is one criteria which we need to consider. So going towards sustainability, there is always challenges and also opportunity. So a lot of opportunities also there, which we can tap into. This transition of sustainability, I would like to say. So I try to put some of these figures. It accounts for all sustainable development goals. The basic aim is to net zero pathway towards achieving 1.5 degrees centigrade, which COP and all, every government is looking into these aspects. And the first one is decarbonization. How to decarbonize our system, our global system, through going to net zero emissions. Net zero emissions will anticipate in coming days that can account for decarbonization, which again account for 1.5 degrees centigrade. And energy is a very important entity. Energy efficiency is very important. Apart from that, energy influx from renewable source needs to be increased. And we have to reduce dependency on fossil resources, either for energy or for materials. And in this process, we also have to use CO2, which is coming from the industrial process or available in the nature. We have to convert that to some products, either biomass or something. And there is a large kind of emerging interest on using green hydrogen also that we will discuss. And carbon capture and utilization as well as waste handling is also becoming a very important issue. And more importantly, to go towards carbon neutrality, circular economy is one of the initiatives which have significant role. By adopting circular economy, we can reduce 30% of greenhouse gas emissions on an average. So, and again, the one more thing is natural-based solutions. Whatever we do, it should be a regenerative and resilient approach by adopting circular bioeconomy routes, which I will discuss in subsequent slides. Apart from that, individual responsibility is always important. Everybody has to look into their role to address the climate change issues, which will help in a significant way. So here I would like to mention that we are in a linear economy mode. At present, we are practicing linear economy, which is nothing but a take, make, use, dispose approach, which practicing for last 200 years. It's a kind of extractive industrial model, which is creating a lot of environmental issues, particularly pollution as well as emissions, resource depletion, many things. Many things are because of linear economy, and we are losing the resources, even though those have value, we are sending it to landfills or throwing somewhere, which will not give any kind of positive impact on either environment or for future generation. So to move towards something sustainable, I would like to say natural-based climate solutions are very important. As you can see from 6th assessment report, APR 6 from IPCC, recently released, the report briefly says that all the climate change issues which is coming is originating from the anthropogenic activities, which we are practicing for particularly last 200 years. And the report says that during COP26, it says that we have to reduce climate by 1.5 degrees. They have given different kinds of strategies, and they are trying to emphasize on adapting natural-based solutions and also towards moving to circular economy practice. So in this presentation, I would like to briefly explain the circular economy, how we can go and how we can adapt natural-based solution. And for that, science is very much important. So as per the definition by IUCN, the natural-based solutions can be say as action to protect, sustainably manage, and restore natural or modified ecosystems that address societal challenges effectively and adaptively, simultaneously providing human well-being and biodiversity benefits. So this is the definition, very broad definition, but it supports all the sustainability requirement on the global earth in a significant way. So this graph I took from PNA's proceedings of National Academy of Engineers, National Academy of Sciences, which says how to adopt natural-based solution. It's a very simple figure. Here, when our historic emissions with respect to CO2 is like this, the bottom figure on the left side, you can see historic emissions. We go with the same business model. The CO2 emissions will increase like this. At present, it is at 30 as per that data, but now it's 40. It will reach 80 within no time by 2050. But by adapting natural climate solutions, mitigation practices, we can reach we can reduce significantly. By 2050, we'll be reaching the zero value. Or mitigating fossil fuels also will be reducing CO2 emissions very significantly. So NCS is very important. Wherever we are practicing some kind of decarbonization mechanism, NSC will help. So one of the ways is to move towards linear to circular economy. So linear to circular economy is one of the regenerative approach and a kind of cradle to cradle model. So this linear approach is cradle to grave model, but circular approach is a cradle to cradle model. So this figure, you can see that raw material, once we source it from Mother Earth, it will be designed to some product. During design stage itself, the product should be designed in a way that can be used as a feedstock for a next process, so that we can increase the material circulation in a significant way, so that waste resources, waste residual from the process will be reduced in a significant way. So material circulation will be continuously doing here, and resulting of waste will be very less. This is one of the significant initiatives throughout the globe people are looking into at present. And there's one Ellen McCarthy Foundation who are doing a very significant work on circular economy. According to them, there are three principles: regenerative natural systems, which is very important with respect to this presentation I am doing, and design out of waste. As I told that we should not design a waste from a process. We have to design a feedstock or a product that can be again a feedstock for other process. And keep product and materials in use. We have to keep the materials in use so that circulation will be always there. So there will not be any reject from the process. And as I told regenerative natural systems, I would like to mention circular bioeconomy, wherein we try to adopt biological roots or biomass in order to move towards this bioeconomy, which is very important. That I will explain in slides. So why to go towards circular bioeconomy? This will help. It's a regenerative approach, very green approach, and it advocates low carbon economies basically, and it tries to decouple resources, finite resources consumption in a significant way. Try to use the materials in circulation, so not dependent on finite resources, and adapt renewable resources as much as possible. Try to support the sustainable economy and also address ecological resilience in a significant way. So that's why it is called a cyclic regenerative approach, very important approach. So when we move towards something circular economy, waste is a very important feedstock. Waste is a very important feedstock, which needs to be addressed in a significant way. When we look into the Indian context, particularly, we have four kinds of different waste: in the form of municipal solid waste, in the form of domestic sewage, the form of sludge, which is originating from fecal sludge, which is originating from domestic resources, and also we have industrial waste. So all these material have significant resources. Even though they have a lot of resources, most of them is going for landfills or discharging into the water bodies. When specifically we look into municipal solid waste, we have near to 150,000 tons per day of waste, and it accounts for significant energy. And also we have advantage of 50% of them is biodegradable. So we can venture into something useful by biological means. So otherwise we have a sewage, which has good amount of nitrates as well as phosphates that can be recovered in a significant way. India, there is huge amount, 30 billion liters. So sludge generating from actual sludge process also is an important resource. And so far not dealt is regarding fecal sludge, which is very huge in quantity and has a very good power generation capacity. Ellen MacArthur Foundation are sourcing or looking into this sludge as a very important feedstock for generating of energy and putting a lot of pilot projects. Apart from that, everybody know industrial waste is also a huge resource which can be tagged input based on the characteristics. At present, we have 3% of resource recovery from these sources, but has significant potential. So when we have wastewater in general, we'll move towards treatment. Treatment is very inevitable. Normally, biological process is always sustainable because it will not generate any harmful products. If you are going with chemical process such as chemical coagulation will take the pollutant and then it will form as a sludge, which is again hazardous in nature. But biological process where bacteria, either aerobic or anaerobic bacteria, will try to take the carbon and nutrients in its metabolic activity and try to convert into some products, which is biogenic in nature again. So when we look into aerobic process, it's an energy intensive process where we have to give oxygen. You know about the activated sludge process. It will convert carbon in TCA cycle to CO2, H2O, NEUCL. It's an energy intensive process. But alternatively, anaerobic process is there. It's a reduced process and energy giving process. As we can say, you know about the meterogenesis or gobar gas plants, which are very advanced, which are in for the last 100 years in a matured way, they are producing methane. So apart from methane, we can retweak the anaerobic process towards production of other value-added products. Suppose we try to regulate metabolic activity to hydrogen, we get metabolic activity towards estrogenic process, we can produce hydrogen, or by putting some electrodes in a same reactor where estrogenesis is there, we can produce bioelectricity, or we can regulate anoxic condition, we can produce polyhydroxyalkylate a polymer, bioplastics, or we can regulate the metabolic activity towards solventogenesis so that we can produce multiple solvents in the form of ethanol, butanol, or hexanol. So apart from bacteria, we have microalgae by mixotrophic mode of cultivation, where it takes carbon from wastewater and CO2 from atmosphere and try to convert into biomass and parts of lipids. We can extract lipid. So by this way, we can recover the resources, and at the same time, we can treat the wastewater also. So if we have solid waste is again a major issue, but I would only mention about biodegradable solid waste, which is a very important entity, wherein at present most of it is going for landfills and little bit for composting and little more for incineration for energy recovery. But it has huge potential, huge carbon source, which can be ventured into different routes by digestion for biogas, like hydrogen or methane, or by pre-treating, we can extract reducible sugars and go for production in chemical and pharma industries, or fermentation. We can again resource platform chemicals. By way of this, we can reduce greenhouse gas emissions. At the same time, we can also increase resource recovery and energy recovery. So these kind of strategies are available. And when we look into CO2, another very important pollutant, which at present is being talked much, there are many research activities going around it, like carbon capture and storage. But I am interested in biological routes, wherein you know about the photosynthesis accumulation, where microalgae plants are the major sources on Earth, which is taking up CO2 and then generating oxygen, apart from very useful materials that is used by us in the form of food or some nutraceutical, many things. Without photosynthesis, we cannot survive on the Earth. Apart from that, to fasten the reactions, we also have a specific group of bacteria, like homostogenic bacteria, which can take inorganic CO2 and try to convert into fatty acids. So very simple route, we can convert that into fatty acids. So these are some of the natural-based solutions which I would like to explain. So natural-based solutions means we are trying to mimic what is happening in the nature and try to convert those resources into some kind of value addition, apart from reducing CO2 in a significant way. That is my definition with respect to this presentation. So, here, as I told, that by 2050, there will be 70% of global population will be in cities. So it's a very important entity which needs to be considered, because it's an interdisciplinary audience. I would like to mention here, when we look into the city metabolism, all the resources will be coming out of the city, either for energy, fuels, or materials and water. It will be sourced into the city and used, a little bit recycled, and little more goes to landfill in the landfills. Little more means significant amount will go to landfills. So this is not a sustainable, very, very focused and very concentrated areas, which is creating significant environmental complications to globe by taking resources and producing waste. And it is going to be very unsustainable. So these things needs to be considered in a significant way. So we try to put some of the cycles, particularly biocycles, which is happening in urban context, try to loop these biocycles into closed loops. So when we are we are keeping these loops open, that will create a lot of environmental issues. These green lines, particularly with respect to biomass, livestock waste, food waste, and other domestic waste, which is in general producing in the urban context, we try to loop into the resource recovery way, so that the emissions from these sources will be reduced, and at the same time, the materials which is required by urban context can be produced in the city itself. It's a kind of smart and sustainable design which needs to be done. For that, we have to go towards metabolic studies. Like this is one of the example which Denmark, metabolic organization, they are doing a lot of work in this direction. They are trying to look cities as a living organism and trying to look the metabolism in the city, how each resources, each material water or wastewater is going, and try to account for how much material we can recycle back, how much we can incinerate, how much less material go for landfilling, how much resources in significant way we can do. This is an example, very complicated thing, put in a Sankey diagram for Denmark city. So similar kind of things can also be looked into, because it's a multidisciplinary team. I try to put this one. So to consolidate the introduction, I would like to say there are significant ways resource recovery from waste. We can use any kind of waste, either domestic wastewater or industrial wastewater or solid waste or emission CO2. And we have biological process or integrated biochemical process, which can convert into bioproducts. You can see the spectrum of products, which has multiple applications apart from weight elimination. This is the basis, like we can venture into this one. Either biological or chemical engineers or biotechnologies, there is significant scope to do in this changing transition towards sustainability. So to do all these things, we required some methods, enabling process or technologies. And I would like to mention, because we are using waste as a feedstock, waste biorefining. Refining of waste, we can extract significant amount of material. So what we are doing is we try to domesticate the microorganisms, particularly bacteria or microalgae, and try to mimic conditions so that they can produce the product which we require apart from treatment. So in our context, the carbon which is available in any kind of wastewater is a resource to bacteria, and to convert that into a useful product. So suppose we start with this diagram. It's a complicated diagram where I would like to say anaerobic process is a very versatile process, and also it's a kind of biofactory, and where you can produce any kind of product of required. So basically, when we talk about waste glucose in C6 form, directly it go to methane. If you are not doing anything, just creating anaerobic condition, very simply it will go to methane. Along with CO2, it will be coming, CO methane. So we don't want this, because we have a lot of resources to be recovered from anaerobic process. So we can produce hydrogen, we can produce polymer, we can produce lipid or lactic acid, and many spectrum of products in lead. By regulating the metabolic activity of anaerobic process, we can produce. So I would like to say it's a very versatile biofactory, and we are focusing more on this natural-based anaerobic process in our research. The first one is regarding production of green hydrogen. We started working on green hydrogen since 2005 onwards. Why hydrogen? Hydrogen, everybody knows, is a very clean energy source or clean chemical source also, and it will not emit anything, and it will not contribute to any acid rain. It has high energy carrying capacity. At present, you might be looking into various newspapers. People are talking about green hydrogen in very significant way throughout the world, and also India is also spending a lot of money towards production of green hydrogen. So basically, when we look into the green hydrogen, there are many kinds of hydrogen, gray, brown, blue, but we are interested in green hydrogen, where government is looking into electrolysis process that will produce hydrogen by taking into account of renewable energy, basically solar energy, so that the basic object here is to reduce the CO2 emissions from the process as much as possible. So here in green hydrogen, there is one more route which is being also talked about, is biological route, which I will discuss here. So biologically, we can produce hydrogen. So as you know that there are two routes for production of biohydrogen. There is thermochemical route, where we use the agri biomass or other biomass. With thermochemical route, we can convert into hydrogen. That is one route. But we are working on biological route, where we use bacteria and microalgae or photobacteria. So here there are, again, we can classify it into four routes. One is anaerobic route, which is very much similar to anaerobic process. It's called as dark fermentation. It's a matured process at present, which is at TRL5. Photobiological process can produce higher amount of hydrogen theoretically, but the problem is it has its inherent limitations, because it generates oxygen and it's a light dependent process, and it has complexity with respect to metabolic activity, which is not giving good amount of hydrogen, even though theoretically it can produce more hydrogen. There is another route, enzymatic route, where we can isolate the hydrogenase enzyme in lab, and we can convert the organic fraction into hydrogen. But this is at the lab scale now. Microbial electrolysis, which is very much similar to anaerobic processes, is coming up in a good way, but at present it is at TRL3 level. So we started working on dark fermentation process in 2005 with the funding of Department of Biotechnology. And then with this thing, we got a project from MNRE to demonstrate hydrogen at pilot plant capacity, which can produce 50,000 liters of hydrogen. Then we, with the funding of Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, we have integrated in a biorefinery hydrogen production to maximize the resource recovery. So in a closed loop approach, this is what we are doing for last 15 years. So just to brief about, everybody knows about biomethanization. There are 4 steps when we take the waste, either solid or liquid waste. Initially it goes to hydrolysis, and then acidogenesis, simplified into metabolic intermediates, then esterogenesis, and then methanogenesis. So going to the 4th step, it goes to methane. We don't want this to happen. So what we are doing is we stop this reaction at acidogenic stage, where hydrogen and CO2 will form as a terminal products. So along with fatty acids like acetic acid. So 1 kg of COD in terms of wastewater, we can produce near to 450 liters of hydrogen. Or in terms of glucose, 1 mole of glucose through acetic acid pathway, we can produce 4 moles of hydrogen apart from 2 moles of acetic acid. It is going to butyric acid pathway, where we produce 1 mole of butyric acid and 2 moles of hydrogen. So this is a theoretical limits, but in between we'll be getting, because we are working with mixed bacteria. So we try to use various wastewaters and study initially the hydrogen production, which was reasonably good, but again depends on the composition of wastewater as well as the conditions, reactor conditions. Here, anyhow, we are using wastewater. We are reasonably getting good amount of CO2 removal efficiency. So during scaling up, once we do the preliminary experiment during scaling up, we observed there are a lot of limitations with reference to scaling up things. So with respect to biocatalyst, that is bacteria, because bacteria, mixed bacteria will contain methanogenic bacteria, which will take the hydrogen, which is producing during the process along with CO2 to methane, which we don't want. Again, there is complications with respect to feedstock and process, as well as acidogenic outlet, which is coming from reactor. So we try to resolve this one by one. I will not discuss this one because it's a general audience, but only for one example I will present in this slide. So what we have done is to eliminate the methanogenic bacteria. We have taken a very simple microbiology, classical microbiology technique, wherein by giving the short load treatment to the bacteria, mixed culture of bacteria, we can selectively eliminate the methanogenic bacteria. So the methanogenic bacteria is non-spore forming bacteria. So it will not form into spores. The spores are protective layer for any bacteria that will reduce their contact with the extreme environments. So methanogenic bacteria are very sensitive to pH and also cannot sustain at extreme shock conditions. So they get eliminated. At the same time, the hydrogen producing bacteria with this estrogenic bacteria will form into spores. So protective spore formation will be there. So they get protected, and once we regrow the bacteria, only spore forming bacteria will come into survival. So that will only produce hydrogen. This is a strategy we have used. This has worked very well, and we are able to use the same strategies for scaling up operation. This is an example of microbial diversity, where we have used different techniques: chemical heat shock, acid, other chemical shocks, load shock. And all these things, when we look into the pre-treat the parent inoculum, you can see spectrum of all group of phylums of bacteria. But when we applied the pre-treatment technique and operated reactors for almost 1 year, there is enrichment of blue one, where in all the figures where you can see, those are the firmicutes which are hydrogen producing, estrogenic bacteria. So this helped us to design the full-scale system or pilot-scale system, I would like to say. So we try to optimize other conditions, organic loading rates, and these are the different reactors which we have used. These are the optimized conditions. Based on that, with the funding of MNRE, we developed a pilot scale facility with 10 meter cube capacity. This is the main reactor, biofilm reactor, and all accessories to pre-treat the biocatalyst, to pre-treat the feed and control the buffering capacity. All this are there in this pilot scale. The P&I diagram. And this is the photograph of pilot plant, which was set up in ICT. And this can take near to 50 grams of COD per liter to produce 50,000 liter of hydrogen, somewhere between 4 to 5 kgs per day. So apart from very good CO, 70% of CO2 removal efficiency. So these are the data of one cycle during pilot scale operation, where in pilot scale system also able to enrich the firmicutes. The firmicutes are the known hydrogen producing bacteria. So by this way, we are able to, when we do the calculations with 10 meter cube capacity, so pilot plant capacity can generate hydrogen 1 kg near to 240 per kg. But we extend the wall capacity to 100 meter cube, we can get near to 150, which is more or less equal to the market value. If further increase the volume, we can reduce the hydrogen production capacity. So there is a video on operating of pilot plant, which is available in YouTube. You can look into if you want to go with the more detailed thing. So here what we have done, so to further reduce the hydrogen production cost, we try to integrate with second process of biological process, wherein it's called as biorefinery, waste biorefinery, wherein the outlet from hydrogen reactor contain a lot of fatty acids. So these fatty acids can be sent after dilution to organic farming, because this will help to increase the phosphate availability to plants, or to anoxic conditions, we can produce polymers in the form of bioplastics, polyhydroxyalkane. Or conventionally, we can integrate with the aerobic process. We can produce second form of methane, or in microbial electrolysis, we can produce additional hydrogen, or in photofermentation also, we can produce additional hydrogen, or very successfully, we can integrate with mixotrophic algal cultivation, where we can produce biomass and biodiesel, and MFC, we can produce electricity. So by way of two-stage integration, we'll be able to achieve two forms of products. We can recover the resources in a meaningful way, in a biorefinery way. So one of the important application here is HCNG, which is now government of India is looking into, wherein integration of estrogenic and methrogenic process in the system, we can produce hydrogen, and we can supplement to methane, compressed natural gas to 18%, so that the present engine infrastructure can be used. At the same time, we can reduce the emissions. This is what HCNG is called. In some way, it was called as ethane also. So this is the immediate application. As I told, bioplastics and the organic farming activity with the effluent coming from hydrogen reactor. Another important thing what we are doing, along with hydrogen, produce fatty acids. So fatty acids are important platform chemicals. As you know, acetic, butyric propionate, at present we are producing from fossils. But by this way, we can convert, along with hydrogen, we can produce these things which can be separated and used. So like that, there are many things which have, it's a very multidisciplinary approach, I would like to say. There are a lot of scopes, particularly starting with estrogens. There are multiple scopes which can be ventured by different research, different specializations, starting from chemical engineering, mechanical engineering, or environmental sciences or biotechnology. There is significant scope, I would like to say. Only we are venturing to some of these things too. So another thing I will briefly go, because we have only 10 minutes, I will complete my presentation in 2 to 3 minutes. Another one is microbial electrochemical system, which is known as microbial fuel cell. Here I would like to say the hydrogen reactor system, which is very much similar to this chamber, which is separated by proton exchange membrane, including anode and cathode, along with resistance. Same bacteria will function and produce proton and electrons along with CO2. So these protons will pass through proton exchange membrane to cathode, and the electrons enter anode, and through resistance it goes to the cathode chamber, where in presence of oxygen it will convert into H2O. Because of that, there is cell EMF. So we can produce energy directly. So when we produce hydrogen, it has to be separated from CO2 and then has to use in fuel cells to convert into energy. Without doing that, by putting in a defined microbial fuel cell setup, we can produce energy directly. So 1 mole of glucose, we can produce 24 protons, 24 electrons. 1 kg of COD will be able to produce 170 watts. But there are a lot of limitations here. But it's a very important technology I would like to mention. MFC, we started with dual and we went to single chamber and anoxic systems, which we have patented. There are different versions of MFC for different applications. So these are some of the conditions, and there are still a lot of challenges to be addressed by material engineers, electrochemistry, and many of the areas. Significant inputs are required to make this process economically viable. Here, I would also like to briefly explain that this MFC during these 15 years of time has diversified into a platform technology, not only for power production. It can produce chemicals by taking into any kind of wastewater, domestic, biogenic, industrial effluent, SG effluent, or CO2 or saline water. It can produce chemicals, fertilizers, treated water, as well as platform chemicals. So I would like to say is a very emerging and futuristic technology, which significantly required a lot of scientific inputs to make it economically viable, to translate into the levels. So this system is an integration of biology, electrochemistry, material science, as well as engineering. So a lot of scope is there. Because of lack of time, I will not go into deep, but just I will go through the slides. Here you can see it can reduce the complexity of wastewater. It can also take CO2 and produce some kind of chemicals, and it can also increase fermentation rate. It can also increase the methane content in conventional methanogenic to succinic acid. Very important bio-based chemical. So there is the last process, very important, photosynthetic, which is a life-giving process on Earth, which we are dependent for our oxygen requirement, CO2 sequestration, all materials. So this is a very important process, I would like to say. We try to integrate it at a final stage, like I will show in the biorefinery. So these are some of the algal cultivation points we have. So to close the presentation, I would like to show you biorefinery, what we are doing in ISCT using waste. This is the flow diagram. This is the 10 meter cube capacity system, which we have developed in ISCT. We can take any wastewater or waste. If we are taking waste, we have to pre-treat it. So to get the reducible sugars. Initially, it will go to MFC kind of system where it simplifies the wastewater streams to available sugars. Here it produces a little bit of energy, and then outlet from the system will go to estrogenic process where we can produce hydrogen, a main biological process, and consume 60% of carbon here. And then the residual fraction, which is rich in fat acids, can go to any of these processes, produce third form of chemical or energy. By third process, end of third process, 90% of carbon will be recovered. And residually, it can treat in ecological systems, like a wetland system. Water can be reused if we are using waste. We have to dilute it or can send for gardening. So a closed loop approach and maximum resource recovery can be done. This is the pilot plant biorefinery facility, integrated hydrogen reactor. These are the unit operation, top view, closed view of different systems. Here, before closing, I would like to mention that whatever process we are doing, life cycle analysis is very important. For taking into example, the hydrogen, standalone process where we only produce hydrogen by taking into waste, we try to do life cycle analysis, but also by integrated biorefinery approach where producing hydrogen and using the waste coming from hydrogen, estrogenic effluent to different products. So by way of this, we can produce multiple products and also reduce emissions. So when we put into life cycle analysis, which is one of the important requirement at present, 16 categories, you can see by standalone process producing near to 4,001 kg of CO2 per equivalent of hydrogen. But when we integrate it, we can significantly reduce CO2 emissions by way of this process. 1 kg of hydrogen, it will be 1.23 kg of CO2 equivalents produced. So by integration, by refineries, we can reduce the impact also. You can also see the different impacts and different damage categories also. So Based on these studies, we are setting up a plant with 150 kiloliters of hydrogen per day in ICT, which is sponsored by DST. So next year we are demonstrating recovering the hydrogen, recovering fatty acids in a closed loop zero liquid discharge approach we are doing it. So these are different models. I will not explain self-sustainable photosynthetic models, but they are also very important, have a lot of role to play. So here, closing, I would like to show again the same slide which I have shown earlier. This same materials which we are sourcing from fossils, our material requirement. Many of these things we can do by taking biomass or bio-waste as a feedstock and can produce these chemicals. By way of this integration, we'll be able to reduce the dependency on fossils in a significant way. And at the same time, we can also reduce emissions. So this can support bioeconomy and also in a way it can also support the sustainability in a significant way. So I also support sustainable development goals. And to conclude, I would like to say a lot of interdisciplinary research is required. So far, what we have done, it's a TRL 3 or 6 levels, but multidisciplinary approach research is very much important to take them to reality. And I would like to thank my team of students for their work which I have presented here, and funding from DBT, Department of Science and Technology, MNRE, as well as European Union for funding my research. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mohan. It was a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it was excellent presentation, and you have very well highlighted global human-made mass exceeds all living biomasses in year 2020. You have also highlighted need to change the way we produce, the way we consume, and basically the way we live. Transactions to sustainability, liver economy, natural-based climate solutions, life cycle analysis, live to circular economy, untapped opportunity. So many excellent points you have shown to us, and we have gained a lot of information through your PPT. We have few questions also, but before we take few questions, I would like Professor I.S. Thakur.
Hi, Venkat. How are you?
How are you, sir?
Good morning, Venkat. Venkat, good morning. You are welcome. And actually, we have organized a couple of meetings earlier in Noida also, and here also in Amity University, Gurgaon. And like earlier, Venkat, I can tell you Professor Yadav is also with us, Sanjana, and Parijat is also JNU student, Parijat. Venkat is doing remarkable, I can tell you, Sanjana ji, in India, in fact, and abroad too. And our work is a little bit similar, but I asked Venkat that to come to JNU, but he has not come. He has not joined JNU, in fact, that time. So, so it was unfortunate, in fact, for. Anyway, Venkat, a lot of I have no word to express or explain that how much you are doing and how you are doing. I know very well about you. In fact, Venkat, you know that technology is the major things, and only because of the technology.
I hope Dr. Mohan, are you there?
I'm there.
He's there. So, so somehow and somewhere we have to do a lot of things in technological angle that we have to look into the climate problems. Somehow, I think that the lacking is there. So one thing. The second thing that you are doing extensively very good research in the hydrogen production and hydrogen, in fact. So getting the 50%, perhaps that you are achieving the 50% hydrogen production, in fact, almost by using the biological entities. So maybe because of your strategy for the export only export producing bacteria, that hydrogen production it is related to. So all these things are very significant. I think that there are a lot of peoples, in fact, are also there, but I can always discuss with you. I have no problem, in fact, in calling you. So I can see that a lot of peoples have joined in your presentation and your lecture. May I invite the peoples, in fact, first for the question, or if you want to say something about my questions and my queries, we can continue for 5-6 minutes time. I think that for time is very important. That is okay, but maybe people will not get people like you. In fact, I can tell you, this is what I told earlier itself. Nobody will get it, people like you. In fact, in India, I can tell you at least, and abroad also.
No, sir, it's a kind
your
words.
research. No, this is, I know very well about your research. Well, I have not done that much also that I can.
No, sir. I always see for your.
No, but a lot of things are required, but that is important. But Venkat, tell me that how you are achieving the hydrogen production, 50% hydrogen production by using these microbial entities. Professor Yadav is a civil engineer from the IIT PhD. HP Yadav has joined recently here. He is also interested for the hydrogen production, and several people here in the Amity University, Haryana. And even I will invite you that you come forward and help us, in fact, in Amity University, Haryana, that had what we can do here. That is very challenge. And also Professor Sarma, in fact, PV Sarma, he is very much interested. And perhaps, I don't know, perhaps he is here or not today, because he has several meetings he has to attend. That is a problem. But I can tell you that he will love to listen all these things that you have seen, because he's engineer, mechanical engineer, and you know that's a biofuel person also. But I think that perhaps today he's not here. Tell me, Venkat, I am speaking and keep on speaking because I was overwhelmed when I saw you here. So yes, tell me, how you are reacting.
Sir, thank you very much, sir, for kind words. It's a pleasure to see you again after quite long time. And you have mentioned I am not so deserved as you.
No, don't say like that.
So I used to see your papers for ideas and for generating something. It's always pleasure speaking with you, and thank you very much for offering me position in JNU, sir. But because of family reasons.
Yeah, I know that one. Your father told that though you don't join JNU, you stay with us.
Yes, no.
Janardhan Raju told me. Anyway,
sir, I'm really sorry to interrupt in the middle. If you can, your video is not moving. So if you could.
Somehow.
If you could just turn the video off and on once.
Yeah, I have done that.
Yes, now we can see.
No, Venkat, you go ahead. Yeah. Now the people's questions, you have to take the questions. Parijat, you have to take the questions from the people, in fact.
Right. So there is a question posted by Libby Das. She asks, please comment on how can we design a sustainable living?
Sustainable living is a big area. So some of the things, whatever we do to contribute to decarbonization, we have to do. And in future, cities will be designed in a sustainable way. I would, as per the research going on or activities going on in European Union, every city is there trying to account for the materials and trying to address materials in a sustainable way. So in my context, addressing materials in a sustainable way reduce significantly the emissions, and also proper design will help to sustainable living, coming very close to the nature. That is my view, but it's a very bigger area for discuss. So many aspects are there. It's a very interesting and very nice question.
Before we take next question, Dr. Yadav is here with us. Yes. Dr. Yadav, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Sanjana. At the outset, my best compliments to Dr. Venkat Mohan for his nice presentation and elaborative viewpoints. Professor Thakur has already summarized with respect to your presentation. I have just small points to make so that I could enrich my knowledge by your expert thoughts. You have shown during your presentation that CO2, methane, these are being produced due to the system. In addition to that, hydrogen, which is most challenging in today's context, because hydrogen is the only chemical element which doesn't have even a single carbon atom, which is boon for the purpose to combat the climate change and subsequent global warming. But sir, you have said that there is generation of CO2 and methane, both are strong greenhouse gases. If the generations are taken in positive direction, at the same time their generations as greenhouse gases is causing global warming and thereby climate change. And due to climate change, there is big adversity in the ecosystem. So how do you see that the generation could protect the environment and climate change and global warming? Thank you.
So very important question, sir, which you have raised. At present, biomethanization is at a very matured level, and the available technology at a simpler way, like anybody can do that and produce some energy. And conversion of CH4, it produces again CO2. That's why it's 20 times more potential greenhouse gas than the CO2. So that's why there is a move towards something sustainable. The same anaerobic process, we can retreat and produce other products, like hydrogen is one product. Along with hydrogen, CO2 will also be there, but accountability to CO2 is less when we talk about hydrogen. And the residual carbon will form into some kind of chemicals that can be sourced and used to produce high value chemicals. So in that way, we can significantly reduce. Going to methane, the final step, we are losing the resources. So a lot of resources directly to CO2 and CH4. So the systematic sequential integration of multiple steps to recover resources, starting with hydrogen, will be one of the sustainable way where I am looking into. So I'm not negative about methane. Methane production is essential at present because there's a mature technology. And slowly, once we come up with these technologies to translation level, slowly people will look into these technologies.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Parijat, you have one question to ask?
Yes, I have a question that I had been thinking of asking an expert. I was just going through the news recently and I came across a debate where it says that the e-vehicle will actually replace petrol as a fuel. So, but then the creation and the disposition of the battery is fatal for the environment as well at the same time. So what do you think on that?
It's absolutely whatever
convenient.
Yeah, whatever you are telling is absolutely true. That is also same with the solar panels, which have 20 years of lifespan. But for that, appropriate recycling measures in a circular loop approach needs to be developed so that resources should not be going as a waste. And whatever we do recycling, that should again not create CO2 emissions. So it should not be additional burden.
Yes.
So people are looking into that angle and increasing the life of battery, reducing the toxic material usage. Those all things will work out on sustainability. So we cannot avoid, but we have to reduce. That is the present status, I would like to say. So,
Dr. Mohan, we have one question from Dr. Bhakti, that to what extent such nature-based solutions would help in implementing and executing sustainable tourism or ecotourism ideologies effectively? Can you please give your views on this?
Yeah. So actually, the ecotourism is a natural base. We trying to encourage the natural-based systems only, so not to break down the boundary of nature. So that's a direct impact on natural-based climate solutions, I would like to say. So developing ecological parks are those things also help in significant way. So I would like to say it's a part of natural-based solutions already, ecotourism. So we should not harm the nature, even though we go there. That will be our individual responsibility.
There is one more question, Dr. Mohan, from Dr. Sanjeevni Sehgal, that thank you, sir, for the wonderful presentation. Can we extend our research for management aspects in the same area of energy efficiency and sustainability? Definitely.
Management aspects are very much required, particularly when I showed this slide with reference to materials, metabolic things of a city, Denmark, or we have to go in our India also. Their economics will play, management and economics will play in a major role in designing of the sustainable practices. So they are part of environment, I think, economy, environmental economy, environmental management. All these things are interrelated right now. There is no boundaries.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mohan, for your excellent scientific deep knowledge which you have shared today with all of us. Thank you so much for being with us today. Dr. Thakur, you would like to?
In last, I can tell you one thing, that Sanjana ji has done a wonderful thing, that she called you, in fact, here, and she invited you, although maybe we will discuss later on, and we can invite you again sometime, and then we can discuss some more time. We can take 3-4 hours or 2-3 hours with our group. In fact, we are working in these lines, perhaps, and I will invite Parijat also, that she can do so very good anchors is.
Yeah.
And that we will do it in future. Thank you, Venkat. Excellent. I actually could not come to Guwahati also, and sorry for that, and could not meet you people, in fact.
I will be love to come to you, sir. Thank you.
If you come to Delhi, then you call me simply. Okay. So
yes.
That I will, okay then. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanjana and Amity, Thakur sir and Yadav sir, for this wonderful opportunity to share with the interdisciplinary team, and very good day to everyone. Wish you a very good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Thakur and Dr. Yadav. Yes, Parijat, can we go ahead?
So our next speaker of the day is Dr. Ritu Sharma, who is an associate professor for marketing and business analytics with Amity University, Haryana. She has around 19 plus years of experience in corporate and academia. She began her career with an IT company as business development executive, followed by relationship management with SAP for ERP solutions. Thereafter, she also has worked with IAMS Noida, IILM GD Goenka University, and Soil Institute of Management. Dr. Ritu Sharma is an alumni of University of Chicago and has completed her PGP Data Science and Machine Learning from Graham School of Continuing Education, University of Chicago. She is a PhD from BIMTech and MBA from AKTU. She also holds certificate in the Entrepreneurial Edge from London Business School. She has keen interest in research and is an avid researcher. Her research interest is in the area of consumer behavior, omni-channel management, neuromarketing, artificial intelligence is in business decision-making. She is committed to educated young managers and develop new scholars for path-breaking research and practice in management. May I now welcome Dr. Ritu Sharma to give her to start her session.
Thank you, Dr. Ritu Sharma. We are very happy to see you, and a very warm welcome to you. And we are so happy that you, instead of your classes and your busy schedule, you have accepted our offer to be there and share your knowledge with all the participants. As you are into management and few questions, we are already on the chat box. People are from management, many participants are from management field, and they have lots of questions to ask. So a very warm welcome to you once again.
Thank you, Dr. Vanjana. I'm audible?
Yes, very well.
So thank you for giving me this opportunity. It's a wonderful platform and a very area very close to my heart, bridging between the formal research and technology together. Let's take you all on a drive and explore what all technologies are there already available and how can you use them for research. Right. So let me know if you can see my presentation. Just
yeah, please share.
Yeah, just a minute. Can you see it?
Yes.
But not in the full screen yet.
Yeah, just a minute. I'm switching off my video and only the presentation would be here. You can raise your hands if you have any queries. Otherwise, before I start off my hands-on on Zero2, I'll be taking all the questions, right? So let's enter into this area. Okay, so Is it full screen now?
Yes, can see now.
So how many of you actually are using some research tools? Any, if you know, you can write in the chat box.
Doctor, how many? Can you open your camera because?
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
I would like to know how many of you use any technology for research papers. Just name them and put them on chat box. Any, whatever comes to your mind. Even if you're using Excel, that's in software. So right, Excel. Let's see how many of you are using the already known ones and what is there for us to explore today. Excel, SPSS, okay. Very, very commonly used. Any other? NVivo, Excel, SPSS. Okay, the most loved one is SPSS. The most basic one is Excel, but you can do very, very advanced things in Excel as well. Oh, SPSS is the favorite. MOS, okay. Grammarly, okay. Now a new one is Grammarly, okay. Few more. Grammarly, I think another one is also Grammarly. Any more? Okay, Word, okay. Grammarly. SPSS and Grammarly are most favorite ones.
Yes.
Okay, so that's good. Maybe, the by end of session, you have many, many names and you will use them often. And let's begin with this now. So what are these tools which we are talking about? What are research tools that we are talking about? So these are research tools which primarily we think are only for handling data, but there are many more things, many more roles in research other than handling data. Research has become like something which is global and collaborative, and so many things are getting added onto it day by day. And without the use of these research tools, it's actually not possible. So first is that you should be aware. Second is that you should start using them. Because the research in today's days, when we say sustainable, it's not just that you are sitting at one place and whatever that comes to your mind and you just write it down. It's not the way like that. You have to incorporate a lot of things and how to do it and how the others are doing across the globe. They are using this, and probably when we get acquainted to these tools and techniques, we will also be using them. So research tools can save actually a lot of our time, and they can provide a lot and contribute in producing a quality research work. That is how it is important for, not just for collaboration, not just that it saves time, it actually enhances your quality. So when you have to do in-depth qualitative work, or you have to enhance the quality of your work, you have to switch on to these tools to use. So researchers need scholarly publications to read, to write, to research articles, and you have to do all those kind of things. And for them, you really need these research tools to help you. So therefore, it is necessary to think more critically about some resources and more effectively organize all different kinds of digital research tools you are finding online. Some of them are paid, some of them are free, but you have to really understand that how are you using them to arrange or organize yourself more effectively. The idea is that you're using these tools to simplify your work, to enhance your quality and productivity. That's the ultimate agenda of using these research tools, right? Next is, what are the softwares, the basic softwares which we use? So all of you are aware of this term called SPSS, that is Statistical Package for the Social Sciences, a software from IBM, which most of us use for solving our statistical queries. Statistical queries means we have some data and we analyze it statistically, mean, median, mode, descriptive, or whatever ways we want to do ANOVA or regression. These are all has to be done to certain kind of data, and we use statistical software. You can use Excel also for the same, but the enhanced version is of using SPSS. So we are at least aware about that. Yes, these Excel and SPSS helps us in solving our problems statistically. So if we want to solve something in statistics, we may use this software. Another very important and major player in the game is SAS. Most of us are not acquainted handling it, but trust me, it's the easiest. It's easier than SPSS. It's only drag and drop and you can work on. There are, student licenses, free license to it, but the only problem with this software is that it is a bit expensive. If you are in medical research or you are in medical side, your research should be through this, because SAS is used it's not an open source, it's a closed platform, but it's widely used in medical, pharmaceutical, and those kind of industries. But it's not difficult. It's actually very, very easy to use. So next time, if you can get our hands on SAS, do it. It's very, very effective, very user-friendly, and very easy to use. Another software which we can use if you are in social sciences research, and if you are doing something related to psychology, social sciences, HR related research, there's something called consent forms. Now, this consent form is something when you study human as a subject, if you are trying to study me, I am the piece of research and you want to evaluate me, a person or a people, humans, if you're studying humans, mostly in social sciences or in psychology, then you should use this. It's a very user-friendly tool, and the purpose of the consent form is to provide information on the potential subject, which is the human which you are studying. And you can, record the experimentation, which is a qualitative research area. When you do question answers and you want the participants to answer certain question, and there is no structured way of recording, and you just write it down on a pen and paper, and then you think that you can evaluate it. Other than doing this, if you use this consent forms, your work would be really organized very well. So, these are three main things which we use in basically for as softwares. Going forward, if we are doing as a researcher, there are a number of these are softwares. You have to buy licenses, you have to install them, and you have to learn them, and then you can use them. Other than that, there are online resources. Online is something that you do not have to, some of them are paid, but many of them are free. If you said that you know Grammarly, so that's an online research tool. So what does it do? It helps you rephrase your sentences or check out for the spellings or the grammar or the punctuation, and it clears it does a kind of a proofreading for you, and you can see that the language written in the paper is correct, at least the grammatically it is correct, and it can suggest you, if you buy the paid version or advanced version, it will even rewrite your sentences to best suit for the context of the paper which you are writing. Then another online tool is project management tool. This is when, when I started, I said that the researchers these days are not only that you sit in a closed compound and do it on your own, but you have to collaborate. So there are many people together, they're writing as a team the paper. So how do you handle and how do you, divide the work, and how do you compile the work, and how do you make sure that within that time limit, my paper should get, completed? So there's a tool called project management tool. You can search all of them online. It's all available. So tools, now what does this project management tool does it? It tracks the project progress, who has been allocated as a resource application, who has been allocated what part, and how is this collaboration process going well, who is contributing, who is not contributing, which part is pending, with whom. It could be clearly visible when you use this tool. So when you are working in a collaborative environment and you have large team to contribute to it, this project management tools such as Tello and Grant Pro, they can help you monitor the progress and the work distributed. So it helps you to manage your paper really well, or research really well, and it can really find out where you are going or where you are lagging, who is contributing, who has delayed the project, and meanwhile you can go back and check them and write to them that, see, 5 people have already done their work and your work is pending. Maybe if you can do this, so the person also knows that my work is pending, others have done their work. So this is a very good tool for you if you're working in collaboration, if you're working in teams, to manage your paper. Otherwise, what happens as a researcher is that you start the paper, you get lost, somebody is busy somewhere, and they think others will do it, and finally it goes into it's never completed. It becomes a never-ending process. So if you use these tools, it will actually push you to complete your research paper or a project or a research work, and you will not get lost, because when you start, you know that what path you have to travel, what are the reasons it's not getting completed, and you will be able to manage to complete it if you sort out your issues into that. So these softwares help you actually do that. Then the many most commonly ones which we use it, others you have not mentioned in the software tools or online tools, are reference management softwares. Can you write now, looking at this name, can you write in the chat box what all reference management softwares have you used? You can write in the chat box. Reference management softwares. Mendeley, okay. Mendeley is a good one. Any other? Even Word has got an add-on. Mendeley is certainly there. Today, our hands-on would be on Zotero. So what does this reference management software does? What does it does? People who have Renuka, if you have used it, Dr. Renuka, if you have used Mendeley, why do we use Mendeley? You can please write down in the chat box, or if there are rights to speak, you can also speak. Zotero is the same for as Mendeley. Actually, Mendeley desktop manager is not working after a year. It's getting paid and it's been acquired by Microsoft or somebody company. Only reference management software will work. So Zotero is still free. So all those who are new to this should download Zotero rather than Mendeley. People who are using Mendeley desktop and already it's been installed, it will work for another 1 year. That is how we chose to give a hands-on Zotero, not on Mendeley. Otherwise, Mendeley is very good. Mendeley is very, very user-friendly with other data sources also. Like if you have got a Scopus database, or if you have got a Web of Science database, your selected papers can directly go into your linked Mendeley account. Zotero still is not linked with too many databases, but it is getting up. But for if you're in medical sciences, this few of the databases of medical sciences, they are linked with Zotero. So my question remains the same. Can it manage to, Dr. Renuka has written to manage our research paper reference. Why are we managing these references? Because we read too many papers to write a research or to compile a research paper. And for it's a necessary part, LR, literature review, you have to write a literature review. And after reading so many of them, you have to, cite them, and then at the end you had to give a reference. Earlier people used to use Excel to make a table and tabulate them, and it was very, very cumbersome. And sometimes you would add in references papers who were not cited, and then you will get from the reviewer, you will get a thing that you have extra papers in your citations, you have not cited them. So this software actually helps you to identify which one you are using, and it's very easy for you to rearrange your work. And of course, when we will do the zero to hand, so you can see that at a click of it, you can use it for citation. And then for your further ongoing research also, you can make your folders, and what you can do is you can you can store your research papers when you use the base papers or the foundation papers every time you write a research paper, and then you can make a new child note for the fresh paper you're working on. So you do not have to gather all the resources every time, because you certainly choose your area. Say for example, I work in omni-channel, or I work in AI in business, or I work in technology for consumer behavior. There are some base papers like there's TAM 1, TAM 2, UTAT 1, 2. They will always be referred. So I do not have to make or rearrange those papers every time. I will make a folder, I'll set it over there. It's very easy for me, convenient for me to pick up those papers I've already read, I already know where they're stored, and I can refer to them wherever I use. So if you have all your domains, you can rearrange these things the way you want, and it makes your life very, very easy for citation and for referencing if you use these reference management software. So reference management software basically helps you to manage the literature side of the research. In fact, if you use Zotero and Mendeley, entire literature review becomes a cakewalk for you if you learn how to use them for writing your literature review. Literature review is a snapshot or the key insights which you have picked up from the literatures which you have studied. That is a research paper. And these research management tools actually help you to pick up and rearrange that literature review for your paper with context to the topic of research which you have chosen. And citation, picking up word paraphrasing, and at the end referencing actually becomes less time consuming and very efficient if you use reference management softwares. So these tools also allow you to organize articles and their citations, not just articles and citations. You can also include websites, newspaper articles, even pictures, sounds, clips, interviews, blogs, whatnot. I mean, you would be struggling to write a reference for a blog, but if you put it into this, a picture into this, and then you drag in, it's a cakewalk for you. Then if you are changing the citations like style, if you're using API or a Harvard or a Chicago style, it arranges you within a click of a button. So you really do not have to bother that how do I have to write, what is the correct form of writing these citations and references. It helps you do it. So that's what is the beauty of these reference management tools. Furthermore, it also allows researchers to correctly link and cite the work reference in their articles. This is very, very important, that from where have you picked this article and how are you citing it? See, research these days is all done electronically. If you're not citing it properly, it will enter into plagiarism. So to avoid, the next one is plagiarism only. You had to use software for that also. But think about it, that why these are so important, because all researches are getting done digitally today. See, they know from where have you picked it up. There's no way you can escape. And if you are wanting your work to be a quality output, you have to take care of. So few of them would actually not accept your paper if they are not being arranged using these softwares, because they can trace that these works are not cited well, and they can read it very well that the citations are not properly done, and they will send you back. Your papers can even get rejected for just a basic reason of you are not getting it cited, and your work is not cited well, or the references are not arranged properly. That's because it is a digital world, and there's an implication of this. Let's not go into that, but yeah, you have to use now reference management softwares for citations and for reference management. And the most widely one, as everybody has suggested, Mendeley, and the similar one is Zotero. And they are very, very widely used and very easy to use. So maybe with the hands-on, you can get acquainted with it. It will take a week or 10 days if you continue working on it, and you will, once you start using it, I don't think anybody goes back to manual ways of doing things. So that's easy and that effective it is to use. Next is when these are the tools and the software tools for reference management. Once you have done the referencing, the equally important task is to get the plagiarism checkers for your paper. Your paper, a good quality paper, would not be accepted if it's a plagiarism certificate has been attached and it's below 5-6%. So the academic world is riddled with plagiarism, and perhaps due to the dizzy space of publications, researchers can unknowingly fall prey to the deceiving act of plagiarism. Maybe your intentions were right, but you didn't cite it well, and the references were not picked up by the electronic gadgets and tools. You may fall into this prey, and that is how you should, before submitting your paper, research paper or project, use these plagiarism checker softwares to find out if by mistake any part of your research or your project has been taken up from somewhere, from earlier published, or say it's a global world. Whatever is you are writing or you're referring, or somebody else in the other part of the world has already done it before you, should get a due diligence. And the only way is that that it exists and it is very, very similar to what you are writing. So the thing is that if the work has already been done, you have to give a due credit to it. If you're using it, if you're influenced by it, even if you're not influenced and it wasn't known, it will be under plagiarism if you are not commenting it, and it has been done prior to you. So the best way is to check before submitting and rule out any such possibility that it should fall into the domain of plagiarism. So to avoid getting your manuscript rejected and constantly affecting your image as a researcher, it is wise that your manuscript should be run through a plagiarism checker tool. There are many plagiarism checking tools, free, paid ones are available. So these are the list of such plagiarism checker which you can use across, plagiarism checker, Dupli checker, Turnitin, Orkun. So if you are from university background, UGC gives it for Orkun free for all the research scholars. My personal favorite is Turnitin, and others you can check. Few are paid, few are free, but you should not submit your research paper if you have not done a plagiarism check. The certification is really good for you, and you should have a plagiarism check. You should have plagiarism check before you submit your paper. Okay, so these were plagiarism checking softwares. Next, very important is social networking sites for academia. Now, you would ask me this question, why do I have to connect to social networking sites, especially meant for academia? As I begin with, it's a global world. We are collaborating, we are contributing, and we are making a team for publication, and people are seeing that from which part of Earth these researches are taking place, who are the people who are putting their insights and contributing to this area of research. These sites are networking sites are actually very, very useful academicians for finding a suitable research partner, to form a collaborative team for the people who have done the similar kind of work, because they publish and they upload their work. You can identify, you can request them, and you can form a team, and you can do actually a networking with these researchers, and that would help you to find a suitable research partner or a team for you to work on your project. So this is a platform where you can exchange your ideas, and you can go and connect with people virtually, where you can use them for exchanging ideas or sharing your research work with them to contribute to come up with a more concrete or a broader piece of research. You can socialize them, you can go for collaborative efforts, and this is that you are sitting at any corner of the world and you're collaborating with persons sitting across any part of the globe. So this helps you for a wider coverage. You can team up, you can network, and you can find and you can socialize with the profile of researchers. You can choose the community you want to make your connections with, and you can also promote your research. And reading your research would your research people would be spread across to too many people, and if it is worthwhile, they will cite their if they're reading your paper, they're finding it worth reading, they'll also use it for citation. So for that reason, that your work is contributing to the cause which you have taken, or to the domain in which you are working, and you want to get it to be recognized, to be cited again, it is must for you to join these communities and publicize or promote your research. So if you want to do connections, socialize, you can do that also. If you want to promote your research, that also you can do. So it's a very good idea to be on these platforms. So the two most commonly used academic network include academia.edu and ResearchGate. Most of you, I'm sure, would be on these two sites. Can I get yeses for if you're on these sites? Can you please type in the chat box? Can you try site? Yeah, can I see how many of you are on these two sites? Hello. Okay.
I am there in one of the sites, that's academia.edu. I would request the participants to answer as well. Please
please tell me how many of you are on you're okay. Dr. Bhakti is on ResearchGate. You're on both. Any incidents or something you want to share with us, that you met your perfect research partner, or your citations grew up because you were there, you posted your paper over there? Yeah. Anybody would like to share their experiences of being on this website? Does it help? Or maybe other way around. If you have read a paper and you liked it, did you request anybody to send a full paper, and did he acknowledge it? Anyone? Yeah. So Dr. Sumit said yes. Okay. So maybe that's something.
He says yes as well.
Yeah. So that's what it is. What happens is that you read the paper, and you like that paper, you're not getting because maybe that is a paid paper. You request them on an email and they send it because they want that you should cite their paper. That's the beauty of it. So if you have not started doing it, do it now. If you're not getting any paper and it is paid, it is Web of Science paper, Sci-Hub is not getting it downloaded. If that's a problem, what you can do is that you can write directly to the, if it is on that community on of these sites, you can write to them, and most of them sends their paper because they want you to cite their paper. They'll be more than happy to share the paper because they know that once you are asking for this paper, you are using this paper, that paper will get cited. And ultimate aim is the quality of research work is indicated by how much citations you are getting. Right. So if somebody is asking for my paper, I should be more than happy somebody has read my paper and is reusing it. So do not keep your research work to yourself. Go on to these things, promote yourself, okay, and put it over there. So I know, we sometimes you think I myself, I forget to upload all of these things. Some of them are there and then we think, okay, one day I'll do it. But if you are into it, if you are a regular, I would suggest you more than to this Instagram or being on Facebook, visit on these sites and network there. As a researcher, it is more fruitful for you to be there than on any other platform. And trust me, if you be there, it will help you a lot. It will help you a lot. Let's go back to our, research. Continue with this. Okay. Okay, so are you able to see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, we were here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dr. Ritu, Dr. Neelam is writing that even if there is something new regarding to our area, they share with us by their own.
Right. This is so good,
Yes.
See, the beauty, once you have established a contact, so if the person, and you are interested in him, so if they have published something new, they'll ask you to read it.
Yes.
They'll share it to you on your own. So I'm taking you to this world of technology where, you can sit on your laptop and you can get all the things you ask for. And if you have if you have to ask something in your domain, if you want expert advice, sometimes you can use the work of others by their permission, and they grant you, and they will only say that, acknowledge me here and, give me a credential here or cite my work here, and they will help you out. So if you are a newcomer to this field, I'll advise you to join as many as people. And if your work is interesting, it is collaborative, you should form, collaborations as early in your career as you can, because the more connections you have, your authenticity that you are a researcher would be proved. And that will fetch you in a longer run. So be there and, start working on that. If you are a newcomer, that's the objective of the FDP. We are getting you acquainted to all of these things. If you have started, if you're already using, please go ahead and use them, and we will introduce you to the new part also. But if you are a fresher or if you are new to this area of technology, please do it as soon as possible. Once you are used to all these things, you will see that how people are collaborating and why it's like things are very, very structured, which manually was not possible, or it's like very difficult to manage manually. That's how these are software tools which are helping you in research. All right, so going further, these were a few online sites where you can network. Now, another kind of tools which we use for resource management in academic research are a few other sets of resource softwares, or we can say tools, small tools for specific work. Let me tell you what they do and what these tools are. So margin notes is a tool. If you are a student or a teacher or a researcher or anybody, anything, what you do is that you want to read something and you want to organize, because you download a lot of stuff. You go to Google and you keep typing, and whatever is relevant to you, so you keep downloading them in your folders. But you forget why have you downloaded it, because at that time that keyword is there in your mind and you think that I'll come back and I'll read, but that becomes a junk folder. You will never be able to understand why at that time you downloaded this PDF or electronic publication. At that time, your mind had certain notes, but once it has been downloaded and you have got 30 PDFs to see, you forget. The articles from the net, the pictures from the net, the videos from the net, they are all digital resource. You download them thinking that, okay, when I will write, I will refer to this and I will be able to write it. But once you have downloaded 50 such kind of, different articles, new, research papers, and all the kind of published material, PDFs in it, or electronic publication websites, downloads, everything, you really do not understand what clicked me to download this. So what this margin notes can help you is, it can help you quickly organize, study, and manage large volumes of PDFs and electronic publications. All of this can be, you can highlight what and why are you downloading this, and you can make a quick notes into it, and that notes will actually help you to create a mental map of why have you downloaded this. So when you rewrite this or you go back to it, you can save a lot of your time switching endlessly between different apps and finding out which one is most suitable for me. Why did I download this? Because at the time of download only, you stick a note to it, which is a margin note, and it helps you create a mental map where this publication should go or should store, so that when I retrieve it back, where will I be using it? So this is the website marginnotes.com, and try using it. It's a wonderful website for organizing your digital material and reusing them when you want to use them, right? So this is a website, marginnotes.com. It's free. The beauty of these resources are most of them are free, at least till we can, for the time being, they are free. So they're new ones. So start using them till the time they're not paid. It's good for us. Then you have got reference work. It is a web-based commercial reference manager. It is a paid one, management software package. Users' reference database are stored online, allowing them to access and update from any computer with an internet connection. So what you can do is you can use this. This is a paid reference management software. And the beauty of this is that you can store it at one place. You have access to it. And then this data which you have stored in this reference work can be accessed from anywhere through an internet connection. So it's a kind of your cloud research work directory, and you can actually use it whenever you want it. So it requires an institutional license, and universities can use it. It's paid, but it's very, very efficient, and you can never lose your data. Data is never lost with reference works because it's on cloud, and with the access of your login and password, you can access it anywhere, any systems, any global positions, and actually your work can never be, it's never get lost. So if you do not have your own laptop and you want to refer to your work, you can log into it and it will give you access to all your work, right? You're not restricted by your laptop. Even if you do not have your laptop, you have access to your work. So referencework.com, referworks.com is the website which you can use. And this one is paid. This one is paid. Endnotes. So endnotes is a standard. So endnotes and footnote, these are something which you describe when you write in your research papers. So this is the software name Endnotes is actually a tool, again used for publishing, and it manages your bibliography, citations, and references. And it's both available for Windows and Macintosh. So it is again a reference management software, and it is free, but it also helps you to manage your citations, and the bibliographic formats and everything could be done. And the beauty of this is that you can work simultaneously with your colleagues on this. So two people can be working together to finalize references, or 2 people or 4 people working together on one project can use same place to compile all references or citations, and Endnotes helps you do that. This one is free, and this is the website endnotes.com. You can use it to again manage your work using a software. Similar as your ReadCube. So ReadCube is a desktop and browser-based program for managing, annotating, and accessing academic research articles. It can also synchronize your entire library, including notes, lists, annotations, and even highlights across all your devices, including all your digital devices, like it could be your Mac PC or iOS multiple devices, or a Kindle or web, anywhere, any device. It's a platform independent device. So it can be opened anywhere on any digital device. So that's the beauty of this, that you can, access it with anywhere, anytime, on any device using a web. Again, it is as a reference management software, but it is very good for managing and annotating the academic articles, right? So this is the website, readcubes.com. It is also free. You can use it. And the next one is Google Scholar. This we are very familiar with. So Google Scholar is a freely accessible web search engine. Now, what does this do? That indexes the full text or metadata of scholarly literature. If you are aware about this metadata, or why are we, this BibTeX files and all. So Google Scholar is a free tool. Globally, if it is indexed to this, any paper, any journal, if it is indexed to Google Scholar, you will find it in the Google Scholar, and you can download a BibTeX file or a metadata file for research, which are the new ways of doing literature review, such as bibliometric or systematic literature review or meta-analysis. For all those kind of research for different types of or new ways of doing LR, you can use Google Scholar to download data from them, and then you can use them for the formats and discipline you want to use it. It includes most peer-reviewed online academic journals and books, conference papers, theses, dissertations, reprints, abstract, technical reports, not just the research paper, these other types of academic documents, which you can use for your research paper. It also includes court opinions and patents. So people who are working for projects, basically in medical sciences, in pharma, they have to use these kind of things also, that whatever the court opinion for these kind of things, this is a path-breaking research, or if there is a patent on the kind of research you are doing earlier, how to cite that or go beyond that, or to cite it or include it in your references. All of those things can be done using Google Scholar. Many databases are very, very particular to the kind of research they are into, like med publication is only for medical sciences, Web of Sciences mostly for management and IT related, more on management, less on IT related publications. Scopus has list of mostly social sciences, management, life sciences, and engineering, not too much on medical side. So these are databases which are focused on certain kind of research. But on Google Scholar, you have actually virtually everything is there on there. If it is indexed, it's there. So, and patents and opinions are not listed in Web of Science or Scopus, but you can see them, you can find them on Google Scholar. So when you are look at what is your requirement, what is the project's requirement, what is your paper's requirement, and then you can choose to access these softwares and websites to include papers or references from them. Now, next is this again, Medline. This is a database which helps you basically for medical people. So medical literature analysis, and this is specifically for people who are working or researching in the area of medicine. So it is a bibliographic database for life sciences and biomedical information. So you'll find all the papers and all these kind of things which are required for people researching in this area. And you should refer to this database. It includes bibliographic information for articles from academic journals covering medicine, nursing, pharmacy, dentistry, veterinarian medicines, healthcare, etc., all related to medical sciences. And it also covers much of the literature in biology and biochemistry. So you can find your references specifically from these databases. They are mainly for covering the area of life sciences and medical sciences. Okay, so another set of database is your sites here. It is a public search engine and digital library for scientific and academic papers, primarily in the field of computers and information science. Many consider it to be the first academic paper research engine and the first automated citation indexing system. Now, these days, all your good journals are cited. We check where is this indexed. So if it's ABDC index or it is UGC care or it is Scopus index, that's what we try to do, the first thing which we check before publishing our paper. So this one is the first one in the area which electronically or automated citation indexing started. So this one is the oldest one, followed by others indexing agencies which we now follow. But this was the first one. So you can have access to this. These, most of them are paid. The problem with these databases is that they are paid and institutions should have access. Individual access is like limited in these areas and it's very expensive. Scopus and Web of Science do not give individual access. You have to purchase it. Most of them has to be through libraries of universities. Major universities in India, government universities have access to this, and you can go to those universities and you can access the data from these data sets. They charge daily basis of visiting rights, like for IITs, for JNUs, for MDIs. You can go and pay to the library for accessing these databases because this one is not free. But if you are doing your research, ignoring these data sets and just referring to the open source, sometimes would not give you quality research papers. So find out nearest, where you can access these databases and try to pull your reference papers or work done earlier from these databases so that you have got quality reference base and literature review and references and citations in your paper, which is actually very, very important for the quality of research paper you are working in. To consider it to be a quality research paper, it's must for you to have read the best kind of papers in that domain. And these data sets, databases helps you do that. So Scopus is another one. We are all familiar with this word Scopus index, and this is the world's largest abstraction citation database, the largest one, peer-reviewed literature review. And it's got a huge, set of titles and publications. Extensively used. You can make your author profile here. You can also get a feedback wizard, and a lot of things are there in Scopus to do. New ways of doing literature reviews using, again, this meta-analysis and bibliometric. You can do it if you have got access to this. It gives you meta files, BibTeX files, CSV files for all the data sets, all the data, all the research articles and published work under them. And this helps you understand in which direction the research is going, and you can find out, have a solid reasoning in your literature review. Why do you want to do research and what are the research gaps? So that's what these compilation of data sources in these research databases can help you do that. Web of Science, again, another one and a very prestigious one. It was earlier known as Web of Knowledge. Now it is known as Web of Science. It is again also an online subscription-based scientific citation indexing services, originally produced by the Institute for Scientific Information, but now it also covers engineering, computer science, and management as a field, not just science. But yes, it's also contains your peer-reviewed research articles and publications. And as in Scopus, same as Web of Science, there you have got access to very, very prestigious journals, and you can extract information on the piece of or the domain area you want to work in, and do modern ways of literature review and analyzing research gaps, providing solid evidences for your research work, solid evidences of what others have done in your literature review. So that is how you should be using these databases for strengthening your research work and way forward for your own area or the new way of doing your research. Then, how many of you have surveyed? How many of you have used survey as a tool for your research? I'm sure many from management would have, because half of our research are survey questionnaires, and we are very overwhelmed in asking them to fill a certain set of questions, and that's our favorite part. So survey, yes.
Sanjeevani says she has.
Okay. So which tool did you use, Sanjeevani? Can you please, if it's possible, can you write it down? How did you do a survey? Did you took that on a piece of a paper, got a multiple copies, photo started and distributed them, collected them, coded them, and did you follow this path?
She has used Google survey form for collection.
Okay, Google form. Okay.
Even Dr. Bhakti says she has used Google Forms.
Yes. Okay. Google Forms. Anyone else? So survey was very painful few years down the line when you have to fill the survey forms on hard paper, pick them and collect them, code them, feed them. It was like, the most painful part was doing a survey. And let me tell you, the most easy part of doing research now is doing a survey. So that's a turnaround using a technology, that the most painful part has become the easiest part just by using technology. Everything is getting sorted when you use technology. So the thing which used to take months could be done in weeks if you use technology. So
this is good thing, Dr. Ritu, that we are having this Google form nowadays. But the only problem is that many people, they are frustrated while filling up this particular form.
Okay.
Because lots of forms are
I'll
there.
tell you, Dr. Sanjana, what we do is
research scholars, they do send these forms, and so many forms are there, and sometimes we skip answers, and sometimes we don't answer those questions with the wholeheartedness. So I think that is the problem.
The respondent is not ready to answer the question. So what can we do? So the answer to this is, or the solution to this is, keep your survey precise and your statements very catchy.
Yes.
Do not have too many questions. Do not have a 10 pages question for me to answer. Nobody has time.
But yes, that is the main thing. You have to make your Google form very crisp, short, and to the point. Like Dr. Vijay Kumar is writing that sometimes privacy issue also emerges. Yeah. So these type of things are there. Anyway, technology has their own benefits and
drawbacks.
But it is better than getting on that
that of course.
And then getting it staked, and sometimes a few years down the lane, if you hire an agency and they would hire interns, and that intern will sit at home and take all the survey forms on there. So nobody is collecting data. That was even worse, at least here. What we do is, see, again, when you collect data from technology, you skip few questions. That means you have not responded to them. It will get reflected in your SPSS. So there are techniques of handling those null values or open or spaces also. So it is okay.
Also writing that Google Forms
so there is a benchmark, what questionnaire I can use it, or what one I can discard.
Yes.
I'm
Dr. Amrit is writing, Dr. Ritu, that Google Forms are effective in extracting information. Dr. Mamta Mahapatra is writing, I agree very much.
Yes. So this is what it is. Now, Google Form was already there. We are used to using too many statements. But if you have got a smaller one, use another ones. Like there are certain apps, right? If it is not a PhD thesis, you can have limited questions. We focus on 2 objectives, 10 statements, 8 statements. Do not have 20 statements. Find out those most focused one, ask only those questions. Maybe, you will get a better result.
Yes, absolutely.
Right. So everybody is using Google Forms. It's free, but we have got SurveyMonkey also.
Yes.
Right.
But I think there is some kind of limitation, Dr. Ritu.
Yes, it is. I am just going on. Can you see this thing?
No, you're visible yet. Ms. Sanjeevani says the response rate is very less for the same for Google Forms.
See, do not try to send it to everybody in your, see, the problem is that what we try to do is we try to send it to everybody and anybody, and then we see the responses are not coming. So you have to, sampling is a technique, na? We can not always opt for random sampling. And most of us do that. We start assuming that ours is a random sample. Don't do that. Find out what is more suitable. Snowballing is also a method. It's not always true. Until unless it is a PhD thesis, you really do not need 1,000 or 2,000 responses for your questionnaire. See what you want. And that's, you have to understand that whom should I be sending this, and who would make a two-liner on the top of the survey form. Why are you doing this? And a very good 4-liner statement requesting somebody to fill this form. And if you do not know, let me tell you, if you do not know, most of the premium institutions or these researchers, what they do is they collaborate with the industry to facilitate getting this filled. So you can have gamification as a tool to get your surveys filled, and you can reward them with a coupon or a token if it is an industry linked research. So if you are not getting, say for example, for my students, if I give them a voucher for CCD or for Amazon, 100 rupees voucher, they will fill it. But I need a very industry linked research for this. I need a sponsor for my research. So you would learn over a period of time. If you think that my research, questionnaires are not getting filled, try attaching a lucrative small token of appreciation for it. It could be anything. Find out a sponsor for this. Maybe a coffee is free or a token. These online platforms are there for you to help out. If you enter into the field of gamification, they're sitting there, they're looking for somebody to tie up. Okay, you want your surveys to be filled, we are there. Okay, for YouTube subscriptions or whatnot, you have to just get or find a suitable sponsor for you. The moment you get a sponsor and you write that in your when you submit, they ask you if you have a sponsoring agency, please mention. It is automatically considered a quality work. It is automatically considered that you have not filled it on your own. It's not crap. You have identified, the sponsor is interested into you. It adds quality. It automatically adds quality to your research. So if you are doing it, next time you find a sponsor for you, and that's the most effective research, which has got sponsors. And these are very, very small token, 50 rupees, 100 rupees, these kind of things. It is not ethical to pay to get, no. We are not paying them to pay the form. See, it is that a token or a voucher of 100 rupees would be credited if you as a token of appreciation for your time. It's not unethical. I have done so many. In this may be sounding new for you, but for a collaborative sponsored research means that you are compensating for a time somebody is investing to fill your questionnaire. When you said that they do not have time,
Dr. Ritu, we have not seen, actually, we are into education and we are into the university.
No, it's nothing new. It is not unethical.
We have not, so that's
we do it in other side of world does it. It's not unethical. Okay. For students to engage. See, if I want to engage my students and my respondent is millennial, and I know that they will not do it. I can, tie up, and I can tie up with if it is an industry linked research, market research, because I'm from marketing background, that is why my examples would be coming from that domain. Yes.
But this is a new thing which we are not.
You have got edtech platforms now. You are in education. You have got more sponsors for you. Just try, because for marketing it is a very regular thing. I can tie up with the gaming zones on an age group when I know that the millennials play, or the Gen Z, or whatever my target customer is. And I can give them a card or a token or a playtime or a life free if I am collaborating. So in middle of the game, it will come. You have to click. And you have to click to go further in your game. You have to click. And they do.
Actually, the thought of such kind of pop-ups keep on popping all the time.
Yeah,
and
Now you know why are they popping up.
So sad.
Now you know why are they popping up,
Right.
because somebody is paying them for you to answer
Right.
it.
And sometimes even if you don't want to click on them, you
You
kind
just
of-
can't go ahead. It's closed
Somehow-
one. You want to play? Just answer this question.
right.
It's one of the
And
techniques of
Google survey
gamification
also
which we
keep popping up.
Yeah.
Google
I can
survey.
understand sometimes it's irritating, but sometimes it is rewarding. Other than going online, offline also, I can say that if you will, automatically when you submit, 100 rupees would be credited to your Paytm account. That is there. But I need a sponsor for that. Of course, I would not like to pay it until unless you're so passionate that you want to pay your respondents and you want to invest onto it, go ahead and do it. But it is only fruitful if you have a sponsor. It is more authenticated that somebody is more interested in listening to you and supporting the cause or the research. The idea here is that how do you make your research more viable, more useful, and more authentic. It's not just any research. We are adding quality to research. That is how we are using all of these stuff. Otherwise, whatever, if you want to do it in your sitting on your table, whatever you want to do and assume that it is the best research, you can go ahead and do it. But these are the tricks and traits and tools which will help you to enhance the quality of your research. That's why we are discussing this. Going further, just let me know if you can see my screen. You can see my screen?
Yes, we can see.
So this is your information survey tools, Google form, the most popularly used. So you can use them. This one has got,
Ma'am, if you could just put it in the full screen mode.
Okay. So this is a Google form. So you can upload your file and you can synchronize with your drive. Automatically responses will go to your drive. You can download the ready-made Excel and then you can upload that Excel to the SPSS. So everything is synchronized. Nothing has to be done manual. It saves a lot of your time and energy. Similarly, you have got SurveyMonkey. Free ones has got only 10 questionnaires, but if you want to ask more, you have to pay. But I think for research papers, if you have, you can, club them as what I can say, very, very focused questions if you want. I think 10 is more than sufficient for a small research paper. Until this is a huge project or a very big thesis kind of a thing, then of course 10 questions are not done. But for a smaller research papers, I think 10 questions are more than enough. So you have got SurveyMonkey, Survey Gizmo, and Poll Daddy. They are all different types. So these Poll Daddies, you can be adding it to images, videos, not just the questions. No, you can ask for images and for my marketing purpose, I can ask whether which of the ads were more appealing. So if I can attach an image, I can also attach videos, which was not possible on a paper one. So this technology is helping me to integrate all sorts of format, whether image, video, or content. And it could be from YouTube, from Flickr to Google Maps or Google Maps for location, anything. And I can, integrate this in my tool, and then I can get a survey. That's the use of technology in survey also. I do not have, everything can be integrated at one place. So you have got a free version support and try doing this. So you've got an unlimited poll and you can have very, very different kinds of questions in this Poll Daddy. 19 are listed into this, and try adding on to images, videos, and contents into it. It's better than using Google form in a way where we have a bit of a technicality in adding all of these things and direct link. But Poll Daddy allows you to do that. Try Poll Daddy next time. Now, once we have do this, then we have got another type of web collection tools, which are Octopass. So parsing is basically when we are using something which is already on the screen, on social networking sites, on websites, on blogging sites, and we want to use that, and we want to use it as it is. And then we want to analyze what has to be done to this. So basically, there are advanced methods now, And there are tools to analyze. You do not have to do anything else. What you do is whatever is visible on your screen, what you do is what we call it, we scrape it. We scrape it using web scraping tool, and then we analyze what is written in that. From that scrape tool, you can extract the text one side and image one side. So that's the use of technology now. So this is a tool called Octoparse. What it does, it helps you scrape tools. It's a web scraping tool. So anything is written on tutor page, it will scrap the entire tutor page and put it into text is different. And when you have got all of those things at one place, you have got a data set, then you can analyze and do anything with that data. You can analyze whether my customer is happy or not, whether my sentiment is positive or not, which way the trend is going. So mostly used for for doing sentiment analysis, and widely used in marketing and social sciences, where I want to see what are people talking about. Are they talking positive or they're talking negative? So if you see today, it's a day for budget. People are happy with the budget or unhappy with the budget. I can actually see with the trend going on Twitter. If I scrape all the comments from there and then analyze it, I can really know whether people were happy or they were sad or not so happy with the budget. So that's a kind of research, and it is allowed to do that. And then you can analyze why people were not happy, why they were happy, all of those things. So this is an intuitive interface. You can scrape web data within points and clicks, and it also provides ready to use web scraping templates to attract data from Amazon, eBay. Why do you need to scrape data from Amazon? Because if you go down, you have got comment section, you give your reviews. So you can take out those sections of reviews, and then you can find what kind of products are having good reviews, what kind of products are not having positive reviews, and what is the main reason of liking, what is the main reason of disliking. This you can do using these kind of tools. So this is one of the tool called Octoparse. You can use Orange also. You can use Python programming scripting for doing the same task. But this one is very easy. There you have to do programming. Orange and Octoparse, you do not have to do programming. Next tool is PassHub. So it is another non-programmer friendly desktop software for web scraping. You do not have to program. Just use this tool and it will again scrape everything which is written on the page. You can work on any platform from Windows to Mac to Linux. And this is a free version for 200 pages. So 200 pages you can scrap free. Other than that, then 15 days it will keep. If you want longer, more pages, then it is paid.
Ma'am, Dr. Shipra is asking, is Octoparse free?
This one is free, yes, but only for few pages. Page limit is there, and days. So if you're first timer, all of them are free. If you're a repeat user, then it will charge you. So if you want to try first, if you're trying for the first time, you should do it. It's free, right? All of them for the first timers are free. If you are a regular user, then it will identify. See, technology, they will know it that you have been using it for a longer duration of time. Then it will ask you after some time to pay. If you're first timers, these are all free. Should try. Everybody should try. It's preppy. It's also one of the open sources, can be integrated with Java programming scripting, and you can use the data the way you want. It's an open source collaborative framework. And this also does the same kind from any website or a blog or from any micro blogging site. You want data, it can help you extract data from there. Then there are very newer AI-based tools available now. And these are few of them which are AI-enabled. So AI-enabled means that they have been programmed in a way to have an ability to suggest you few better options. So Bit AI is one of such times. It is an online research, means going through numerous websites, articles, blogs, images, videos, infographics, and more to find what are you looking for. So give them the suggestion for few, and it will help you to search for you. So the beauty is you don't have to search also. It will help you to search what are you looking for. So just tell them, what do you want? And for few initial prompts, if you give right, it will track everything for you from the net and give it to you. See, the technology is helping you to do research. Searching on the web is also using a technology. So web has expanded to a level where they now think that you will need AI to search. You will not be able to, search entire entire web manually. So now you need AI techniques to search also. And so this is one tool which helps you search the web, a tool to help you search. So that's what is bit.ai. Just a minute. Any questions regarding this? Any questions regarding till now?
Not yet, but I'm sure most of them must have this question. Is it free or paid?
This is free. Most of AI tools are free. Like I'll just a minute. I'll just tell you what it is. So most of them right now are free. Like you would have heard about something called ChatGPT. I'm sure if you're not used, you must have heard. Tell me how many of you know about this ChatGPT?
Dr. Ritu, they are asking like, can you show any kind of example, any of these tools?
ChatGPT. I would have to show you. Yeah, I can, but actually I'm on a different laptop today.
Okay.
It's not, I can help you download this, one of them. ChatGPT, try ChatGPT. So none of you have heard about ChatGPT? No, it's not yet banned. No. ChatGPT is not banned. This is the latest offering from Microsoft. And what it does that you give them prompts to search, and it uses its reinforcement learning, or what we can say AI techniques, to find the most suitable solutions for you. So whatever you are searching, you just have to give them a prompt, and throughout the web, it will search using AI techniques and give you the most suitable answers for you. It's beyond human capacity to search the entire web. But using this tool, you can actually do that. It gives you a very, very suitable suggestions, not just suggestions. If you are a newcomer and you do not know how to use anything, it will help you do that. It will write codes for you. And it's a very, very wide, it's a part of it is free, but after that it becomes paid. So, but the free part is also very good. And these are the offerings from OpenAI. Google has acquired it and they are using it. And there may be certain considerations from the side of academia, but because they're saying that their ChatGPT is becoming co-author in research papers. Can you beat this? Co-author means half the part is written by ChatGPT. So it's a point of a conversation, or it's a point of discussion whether ChatGPT should be allowed as a co-author, or it should be termed as plagiarism, because these all data which ChatGPT is reproducing is actually from the web. And web, from where it is coming from, web, somebody has contributed. So we are not giving any recognition in the references to the original writer who must have given on the web, from where ChatGPT is picking up, reusing it, reinforcement learning, and giving us a more modified answer. But certainly it has got a reference from the web. And when we use it from the web, any resources, we would have to give the reference. So that kind of debate is still on. Till the time the debate is on, everybody is using you to use it. If it will be banned, it will be banned. We are smaller people. We just need to know what is available right now. Right now, there is no harm in using these tools. See that, Dr. Bhattacharya, I do not know it is plagiarism or not, because it is officially not defined by court. They are fighting for it. Academia is fighting for it to be declared as plagiarism if ChatGPT is used to write a such paper. But I can show you articles. I can show you research papers already published in Elsevier where the co-author is ChatGPT. It is published. When it is published, I don't think that it is, they are considering it as plagiarism. Right now, it is not considered as plagiarism, right?
ChatGPT is the machine that's working, that's collecting all the data and coming up with a paper or.
Yes. It's not a machine, it's a software tool. You can use it on, you can take a login on your laptop also, and it will help you do that. It's a search engine.
You can just write chatgpt.com or what?
I'll
Just
give you the link.
Just to search.
Well, wait a minute, I'll give you.
It is chatbot. Okay. Dr. Vijay, it is chatbot.
AI-enabled chatbot.
Okay.
These are newer, that's what the last part I said, right? It is using AI for research. So it is very new for us. Just in last 2-3 months, it got last December only it got launched. It's very, very new. It's a chatbot, but it is an intelligent and reinforced chatbot. It's not a dumb chatbot. Dumb chatbot is the one which we use in a bank, which gives you the same reply every time. These are reinforced and they give up. I think it's a perfect example of mesh of plagiarism. Yes, it is. People are fighting for it. Till the time they do not ban this, we can use it. So till the time we have got all the liberties and people are using it. So I work in the area of data sciences. And trust me, it takes a while for you to start scripting and programming. And you can use ChatGPT to write any kind of program for you. You just have to give them the data and the prompts. The prompts are there to enter rightly, and it will give you algorithm. So you do not have to write algorithm. So I do not know if it is right or wrong, but there is a tool. My task is to introduce you the tool. Tool is there. You use it, you do not use it is up to you. Tool is readily available in the market. How long it will stay or not stay, I don't know. Right now, it is the hottest selling cake in the market. So if it is there, it helps you, why not to use it? If you do not, if it is banned for all. I do not think it will be banned. Only thing is they would have checks and balances, like many times on our microblogging sites also, we'll have to, there were concerns that they're stealing our data, Google is stealing our data. Then they came up with the court cases and they come up, for consents of everything. So there would be, you can use this OpenAI ChatGPT to download on your website, on your laptop, and use it. If you are unable to use it directly, there are videos on how to use this. So go on to the Google again, see how to use ChatGPT, how to develop those. Your prompt should be good. The most correct prompts you have, the most correct answers it will give. So it's not a human, it's a chat, it's a robot. And it can give you answers based on how correctly you can ask. So your prompt should be correct and it will give.
Intelligent robot.
It is an intelligent robot, or that's what is the entire domain of AI. And whether we use it or not, it exists and people are using it. We chose not to use it. It's our own wish, but there are tools for research which researchers are using. And my advice to you is that use it. If it is there, it is sorting out and helping you out. Why not to use it? Why to go into this debate when the topmost publishers are accepting it and they are not raising any concern? Till the time, if they want to ban it, we will not use it. But right now, if these tools are used, Grammarly we are using, it is also AI enabled. So nobody is questioning, why are you doing proofreading using a AI enabled software? Nobody, in fact, they say do a professional proofreading done. So they are suggesting you to do that. So I don't think there is any issue using AI enabled softwares for your writing skills. Grammarly openly everybody is using. That is also something which our intelligent chatbot is helping you to write. This is more advanced. Grammarly is also helping you to write. So that's something which you write and it enhances it. Grammarly does the same thing. It is also using the AI. And these are also using these are all AI enabled modern tools for research. It is your choice, your will, whether you want to use it or you do not want to use it. But everybody else across the globe is using it. I'm only introducing you to these world of new technologies and tools. at least you know now that these things could be helpful for your research.
Dr.
Choices
You
on
must
laws.
be using all these tools in your like academic research work. You must be using all these tools, and you
I
are
use,
finding it very
I don't use all of them. I use few of them, like my reference management, Mendeley and Zoroto. I use it regularly. For forms, SurveyMonkey and Google Forms are there always. And for these databases, for bibliometric and for LR, Scopus and Web of Science, I use them. So most frequent and known ones, I do use it. ChatGPT I have frequently logged in, because it simplifies some part of my work. Grammarly I use. So these are few of the things, and they are very well accepted in academia. Nobody would
Dr.
say
Vijay is writing it's unethical but not illegal, we can say.
it is neither illegal nor unethical. Who is saying that it is unethical or illegal? Nothing is of that sort. Nothing. Everybody, in fact, Grammarly, I think everybody is using, even my kid is using to enhance his essays for admission purposes. And it is not unethical. I don't know from where this unethical debate on this is. ChatGPT is also, what are you saying? I missed the earlier. It is unethical, but not. Why would you say it is unethical? I'm only using technology. I'm only using technology. I am not, in fact, getting influence. See, the amount, all of these things are understand this thing. All of these things are originating because of the amount of massive data. The pool of data is becoming tremendous. It's beyond the capacity of any human to explore and do it. And the timings also, the time limitations. Everybody wants that, my work should be done, my paper should be written in 2 to 3 months. That's the time we give. Few people can write it in 1 month. I do not know how do they write it. I can produce only 2 to 3 paper a year. So I don't know how do they do it. But people are expecting to do more work, and then the volumes are so high. So what you do is you use these not to write a paper for you. That's not true that you're asking them to write your paper. You want to understand what's best written and what others have written, so that you have a fair idea about that you have covered maximum or the important part of research on which you want to do. We are not using it to bypass our work. We are using this to understand what others have already done, and I do not repeat it. Because some part somewhere in the earth, somebody must have already done it. How do I know? So I go to net, and the amount of data on net is beyond my capacity to explore. So I am going now on AI. Why are these AI tools coming up now? Why not earlier? Two things. Earlier, you didn't had so much of data. Second, you didn't had computational power. My laptops are enabled now, and I can, the data is available on the internet. Right? So as a human, it's beyond my capacity. I would have to take, help from these kind of softwares. That is how AI has become a household thing. Everywhere you can see the usage of it. It is not because it is doing something unethical. It is developed to help you out. You want to be unethical, nobody can help you out. It is to help you out. You start misusing it, then it becomes unethical. Be ethical. I can only suggest, but not to use it is not a solution. Everybody else is using. You will have to use it, right? So try using it. Do not get scared. There are numerous, tutorials are already over there, and I will suggest use it. Do not run away from it. And I do not know. Nobody has still. I have not seen any article where it has said that it is unethical and it is banned. Right now, it is very much there in the market. Okay, I will go back to my presentation to finish. So Bit AI is also like ChatGPT, but it is only for AI purposes. ChatGPT is more for every kind of research. Bit AI is only for research purposes. So elink.io, again, it is involved through hundreds of links of research paper and compile them into a safe space for future reference. It's a kind of reference management tool software, which we have seen like Mendeley and Zoroto. Mendeley and Zoroto are not AI enabled. These are AI enabled. That is that they would do a lot of work for you themselves. on their capabilities. On Zoroto or Mendeley, you will have to rearrange it. The only difference, they're all reference management software, but AI enabled, right? That's the only difference these Bit AI, ENN or ChatGPT has. Now it's time for us to have a hands-on session in Zoroto. Should we start this or take 5 minutes break? How much time do we have, Dr. Sanjana?
We can start this. We still have 20 minutes. Yes.
Okay. So I hope everybody has downloaded this.
Yes, Dr. Bhakti saying yes, they have downloaded. Dr. Vijay, Dr. Anu, they all have downloaded. And if anyone has not downloaded as yet, please do it.
It will take only 2-3 minutes to download. So please click on the Zotero website, the icon of Z. Phone, I am not sure if it works or not. These all should be run on your laptop.
Mm-hmm.
Where is my Zotero?
So this is the link which you have given, Dr. on the above?
No, that was for OpenAI for ChatGPT.
Okay.
Link I have shared you on email.
Yeah, you have. I have also shared in the.
It will take hardly 2 minutes if you have not done so. So I'm sharing my screen. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is what does our reference software look like. Okay, is it visible? Right. So how do we do this? So to begin with, you see you would be onto this clear page. What you can do is you can create your folder, or you can name anything which you wanna use for your results. So when you start the best thing is that you can start with any research paper or research idea. So for example, I want to do research in gamification. And I will give it a name. It will appear here. Can you see this? You all can open the folder of the area of research you want to do. Please go ahead and do it. Please create a folder for the research you want to do in.
Yeah, participants, I have again posted the link for that. If you have not done so, kindly download again. It will take 2 minutes.
Please post in the chat window if you have done so.
Dear participants, if you have done it, kindly post it on the chat box. Dr. Bhakti is saying, please repeat this step.
Okay,
What we have to do.
Okay, I will. See. Okay, are you here on this? Can you see this plain screen workspace? Okay, just go to this folder plus sign, new collection. Click it and write any of the paper you. So I want to start a paper on gamification. What did I delete earlier? I think I've deleted something. Okay, so you can write, you can create your folder. Done? Okay. Now you can click on this, and this is the area where you will put up all your research papers. So what you can do, how could you like to add papers to this? So there are a number of ways of doing it. say, for example, like if you are from medical background, MedPub directly has an icon. But here in my Scopus, I do not have. I'll show you Scopus. And Scopus, I have Mendeley, but the way Zotero works, the same way Mendeley also works. So there's not much of a difference. If you know one, you can, work with another also. So how do we do it? I'll tell you both ways, whether you are taking it from a database or from your folder in the laptop or from Google Scholar. You can add papers for this. So you can see my screen of Scopus. No? I have to stop this. Can you see this? Please tell me if you can see this. Hello?
Yes, we can. Yes, yes.
So this is from Scopus.
Okay.
So this is a page which I'm showcasing you as a database of Scopus. I just wanted to see what papers are there on gamification. I'll put search. These are all papers. So I've got 12,000 documents for this. Yeah. So here I've got, if I want them to be directly, like 1 or 2, I want them to be directly exported, I can use Mendeley. Mendeley is directly giving me the services, but Zotero is not referred here. So, and Excel libraries also, reference work, there also, I can send directly on my login account from here. But most of you would not be having Scopus databases. And the most prevalent way of doing this, I have shown you how you can do it from your databases. If you have got Web of Science or Scopus or MedPublish, if you have access to all of those things, you can directly select the papers you want and it will go into your account of Mendeley or MedPub or Zotero, right? But if you do not have this, most of you would not have this. So what you can do is, most of us download it from Sci-Hub and we put it in a folder. That is what we do. So for that, what you can do is, let me show you how you can do. Let me open my folder first. Open the folder where you keep your research papers. Open the folder where you keep your research papers. Can you do that? Can you do that? Open the research paper where you keep your research papers. Say, for example, this is my folder where I keep my papers. Can you see this?
Yes, we can see.
Yes, ma'am.
So open the folder where you have, and then comes this. Can you see both the screens simultaneously? Because I'm not sure.
You can only see your screen, the screen where the folders are there, applications.
You can't see Zotero?
No.
Oh. Can you see it now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So this is my folder where I have kept mine. And here I've got a lot of papers. Can you see? I've downloaded them from all the sources. So mostly we also do the same thing. We also have a folder where we download. What I can do is I can pull that simply from here and I can drag it here. Can you see this?
Yes.
Now this paper is here. It will take some time. All the details will come here.
Okay.
So you can add. You can go to the menu here. These are the Zotero add new item. And you can also add any of these. Can you see the list?
Dr. Anu Gupta is writing, can you please repeat step after Scopus?
Oh, so after Scopus, so I showed you Scopus. If you have Scopus, you can directly click the paper you want and it will directly come here. But since most of us do not have Scopus, I suggested you to open the directory or the folder where you keep your research. So here I'm keeping my research here. This is my research folder and my research papers. Now I'm putting these research paper into Zotero or Mendeley. Both are same. So what I did is I just dragged it and I put it here. Can you see this? Can you see this part now, the information?
Yes, we can see. Yeah.
Can you see it? Everybody?
Yes.
Try transferring your existing. You must be having few PDFs. So please put those PDFs into this folder. You can also add it from here if you are unable to drag new item. And it is a book, a document, a journal, anything. Then you can manually also enter it. From the web, it will search and it will do it if it is free. Right? You can add any items or pictures or anything. Okay. Now, so my folders are like this. I have got all the folders here. Now, if you want something from Google or a web page from Google, what should I write? A PDF. So okay, so I have taken this from Google. This is not a research paper. This is a research article and it is on somewhere on internet. And I want this to be a part of my research.
Ma'am, the page you are referring to is not visible. I don't think you have shared that screen.
Mm.
Okay. That screen is not visible. Is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, it's visible.
Okay, so Zotero is also visible and this is also visible. Both are visible?
So Zotero is not visible anymore. I think you have to share all these, select all of these screens.
Okay. I have to share. I have to share this. Can you see now?
Yes, now Zotero and this page is visible.
Okay. So what are we doing is, this is an article, normal article, which on our website I have. I can, okay, so this is on medium.com. I can copy this or I can drag this and paste it on this. Medium is not allowing me to paste it. Okay, this one will not go. Let me ask something else. This is not working on share screen. It is restricting me to post. Okay, you can, for you, everybody who is trying, from Google, copy that link into the sheet. On share mode, it is not allowing me to do.
Ma'am, maybe when you are sharing the screen, you must select all the screens that you want to share. That way it might appear on the screen.
Yes, ma'am. You need to screen. You need to share your screen, ma'am.
I have already shared my screen.
You have to select all the screens that you want to share.
Ma'am, stop sharing, ma'am, first.
Have I stopped sharing everything? Can you, is it anything visible?
I've minimized everything, ma'am. You're still sharing the screen. You have to stop sharing. There is a green
Stop
button.
sharing.
The stop, I do not have stop sharing. It's always says new share. There is no stop sharing button.
Okay, ma'am. I am.
There's no stop sharing. Okay.
Ma'am, now please share your screen.
Okay.
Click on share screen button, ma'am.
Okay.
And now you can see and left corner screen button. Top of left corner. Share your screen, ma'am.
Can you see? Can you see my screen? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can see artificial intelligence and your topic.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that what you had to do is that you had, I just dragged and drop it over here. You could see this artificial intelligence Wikipedia coming over here.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So here you have got all the information. Now, if I open the Word document, the first thing is that you have to put everything on Zotero, all kind of information from articles, from research papers to blog. You have to bring everything here in your folder. And then when you have to cite or when you have to write references, go to your normal Word document and is my Word document visible? Hello, is my, please confirm. Can you see my Word document, plain Word document?
No, we can't see.
Can't see it. Can you see it?
Yeah,
Zotero
yes,
and Word
yes, we
document.
can see.
Now, what you have to do, simply see how easy it is to do reference. Just pull this over the Word document. I'll just drag it into the, oh, it's on share mode. It's not allowing me to do it. Okay, let it be. You come here. You can see Zotero here. Can you see it?
Yes, we can see.
In your Word, when you download and integrate, it gives you this tool here. Now you can add, and all of these things could be added or written here. So you can add. and you can check for the style which you want to see. So you want Chicago or you want APA or anything. It has got all different types of referencing style. You can choose whatever you want and it will give you a reference on the basis of that citation. So this paper has come up here. This is not the right way of doing it. Why is it behaving like this? The abstract has come from there to here. We didn't want it to have abstract. Actually, I wanted to cite it. So if I want to cite it on share mode, it is so difficult to work with this.
Ma'am, if there is a link or if there's a video that you can share, which has.
Yes, I can do that because it's not allowing me to work on share mode. It's not letting me.
Just share the link. Maybe participants can individually go through it.
Okay. I will share you with the link where you can have a tutorial where they can send you that. First, the idea is that first you have to bring everything on Zotero. And then when you go to the Word document, you just can cite them, refer them from there only. It allows you to do it. And it is drag and drop. For me at Apple, it is drag and drop. I do not have to do anything else. And it gives me the entire references. It cites wherever I want, which paper I want to cite. It helps me do that. So my idea is to help you understand that there are softwares which can help you manage your entire work. You can make more folders. And then you can make child folders into it for subtopics, and then you can use them to refer it. Wait a minute, I'll give you a link for the video where you can do it. So you can, do it on your own and it's not difficult. So I'm hopeful that looking at that video itself, you can do it. Wait a minute. If you wish, I can play it here also, but this is what it is. I'm pasting it in the chat window.
Okay. Yes, we got it.
If you want to ace your paper, download Grammarly.
This is what it is, and it's a very, very simple one. You can find more videos on this. The idea is that you now know that you can do it. Mendeley is also equally good. Zotero is also equally good. Mendeley desktop is getting outdated, or you will not be able to download the fresh one. Reference Manager is available. So for Reference Manager, you can use either Mendeley or Mendeley desktop would eventually be becoming paid. So Zotero is still free. So that is how I introduce you to Zotero, because for a year long, you can still use it till the time they all become paid. But for basic services, they still be free. So this is the video which you can watch and you can have a hands-on on this and you can learn. And I am happy to answer any questions if you have.
Dear participants, if you have any question, kindly post it on the chat box. Otherwise, you are answering and asking questions in between of the session as well. So I think they have clarified their doubts during the session, but Dr. Sumit Gupta is writing, ma'am, thank you for the stimulating session. I would like to have your expert view on what is the overlapping area between plagiarism and copyright infringement.
Yeah, so if I am simply copying somebody's work and quoting it as mine, that is plagiarism. If somebody has, I read some papers and I totally copy it from there, somebody's model, I copy it from there. Most of the time, those models are not patented or copyrighted. So that comes into the area of plagiarism. Somebody's work and I'm not giving them the due, credit, and I use them in my research. Copyright infringement is basically a broader area where somebody already is authentic to it, and without his information and his I can actually use it and acknowledge it, and I'll be safe from plagiarism. Copyright, if the person doesn't give me permission and if I do not pay him the money, I'm not authorized to use it work. No matter what, if I am trying to give it a credit also, telling it also that it is with this person, I cannot use it without his info. If he doesn't give me permission, I can't use it.
Dr. Bhakti is asking that, ma'am, anything on how to find journal, if you can guide.
What kind of journal? See, the first thing is Google, that will tell you. But then there are a list of, for us in management, you have, of course, ABTC list of journals, which every time Australian Teens community publish, and you can see whether it is a B or C, D category journal, where it is indexed. It's a process which you will learn. So mind you, I should tell you, do not try to submit your paper to any journal just because somebody else has searched. Look, what is your work? What is the aim? And then you should search for a journal which publishes in that domain. Only when the journal's aim and your paper's research work matches, then it is a good match and they will accept it. Otherwise, a very good paper can be rejected from a journal just because it doesn't match with their ideology. It's not suitable for their publication. No matter how well you have written, but the journal doesn't publish in that domain, why will they publish your paper? So for searching, it is a big, you will understand over a period of time, Dr. Bhakti, that first you will see what domain you're writing in, then the paper. And you would, over a period of time, you will be able to see what quality of paper will go in what kind of journal. It's, I say, with experience you gain this. So start doing it and you will learn it eventually.
Dr. Ritu, nowadays, most of the journals are multidisciplinary journals.
Yeah.
So sometimes we get confused whether our journal, whether our article.
Very good question. My suggestion to you is, and when I started, I said that you are using these tools to collaborate.
Yes.
If you are trying to submit your paper in a multidisciplinary journal, try forming a team which proves that this paper is a multidisciplinary journal. Just do not write in that. Yes. Showcase in the authors and the contributors. That now they in fact ask you who is, if you are 5 contributors, 4 contribute, who has done what part. Yes. So if it is multidisciplinary, definitely somebody from the other domain has to have some input, collaborate. And it's a good thing that if you want to apply in those kind of journals, form a team also.
Yes. Collaboration is very important.
Collaboration is very, very important.
Then only we can start article in multidisciplinary. That's absolutely right.
Ms. Sanjeevani says, ma'am, I really liked your session. Thank you so much. I think you told a lot about AI-enabled research softwares and many more. We'll check those as you have suggested.
Please do, and they're not difficult. The beauty of AI is making your life easier, not complicated. So don't be scared of it. You do not have to do programming of AI. You have to just use it. They have already done it for you. So use it. The more you use it, the better it is.
Thank you. Dr. Bhakti is writing very, very intellectual session, ma'am. Thank you so much. And thank you so much from bottom of my heart, Dr. Ritu. We have given you the maximum.
Privilege is all mine. I hope I could contribute a little bit to the session. And
I'm telling you, Dr. Ritu, because we have given you the maximum time for this session. And I was aware that you will deliver an excellent information as everybody is looking forward to listen to all these tools. So thank you so much. Very nicely you have highlighted software tools of research, online tools for research, reference management tools, plagiarism checkers, social networking for academics, tool resources for academic research, Google Scholar, Medline, SurveyMonkey, Survey Gizmo, web data collection tools, Scrappy, AI-based tools. So it was an excellent, informative, and fruitful sessions. Thank you so much, Dr. Ritu, for being with us and sharing your absolutely deep knowledge as far as research is concerned. Thank you so much.
Pleasure is all mine. Thank you so much. I'll take a leave now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Lovely. You were a lovely participant. You interacted. And please go ahead and use it. Do not hesitate. Thank you so much. You can contact me in case you need any further assistance. Dr. Sanjana can connect me to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, dear participants, for your wonderful, I should be saying your discussions were excellent. You were answering very nicely. So happy to have you all. Now we will have a break. Please have your lunch and then we will meet at 2 o'clock. We are having Dr. Varghese from JNU, who is taking the session on this particular theme, and he's from School of Social Sciences. So looking forward to have Dr. Varghese and that Dr. Ujjani, who is from biotechnology and giving lots of inputs as far as research is concerned. So be on time, all the dear participants. Thank you so much and have a great day. Have a good lunch and come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you, Dr. Parijat, for being with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Bon appetit to all of you.
Dr. Varghese, you are very much audible and visible, perfectly looking fine. We are so happy to see you. Great to have you on this platform. Thank you for accepting our invite, and we are so happy that you have accepted our offer, our invite, and you are here for all the participants to share your informative knowledge on this very, very important topic, innovative methods, skills, and eco-friendly technologies for quality and impactful research. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Varghese. Yes, Ganesha, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to warmly welcome all the participants to our third day FDP. And I would start by introducing Dr. Varghese. He's a system analyst at the Center for the Study of Regional Development, Jawaharlal Nehru University. He's a PhD in geography and specialization in geostatistical urban growth modeling. He conducts training programs and laboratory practicals for MA and PhD scholars on statistical software such as Stata, SPSS, RStudio, etc. He is also well versed in GIS and remote sensing applications using ARC-GIS, QGIS, ERDAS, and IDRISI software. He has vast experience in data extraction, management, and analysis of large survey data such as Census of India, Economic Census, National Sample Survey, Periodic Labor Force Survey, Annual Survey of Industries, National Family Health Survey, and various other unit-level datasets. He has conducted several lectures and workshops on data management and analysis using statistical software in various universities and institutes in different parts of India. He has authored several research papers for academic journals and chapters for various policy reports in the area of development planning. I would now like to warmly welcome Dr. Varghese to kindly start the session.
Thank you. A very good afternoon to all the participants. I will be talking about the role of quantitative software tools in quality and impactful research. So I just want to share my screen. Have you given me the right to share the screen?
Sir, you have right, sir.
Yeah. So I can't share the screen. Can you please? That option is not coming.
Ma'am, Sanjana, you're on mute.
Maksud, are you there? Can you help us?
Yeah. Now.
Sir, you have right, sir.
Yes. Now that is coming. All right. I hope you can see the
Yes,
slide.
yes, we can see. Please keep. Yes, we can
Yes,
see.
sir.
All right. So now, what is quality and impactful research? You know, quality research, you know, it's a scientific process containing all aspects of a study design, which should be robust in nature, which should be ethical, which means that we should take all respondents in confidence, and we should reveal the purpose of the survey, and it should also contribute to various policy decision making. So if I you know, broadly divide this research into two, then we have the quantitative research as well as the qualitative research. So I will be focusing on quantitative research tools, but at the same time, qualitative research tools are also very important, especially those who are working on anthropological and sociological research. You know, the qualitative research basically is a method how we should analyze documents, audios, and videos using different software tools. You know, we can name one or two software, like NVivo is one software. Another one, you know, Atlas DI is widely used for qualitative research. But we here will focus on quantitative software tools. Now, quantitative research designs are generally descriptive or experimental. When I say descriptive, which means that we may be doing this, you know, survey or capturing the data on a single point of time based on our research questions and objectives. Whereas when we talk about experimental research, we are again doing, means periodically we are surveying with the same subjects so that we can understand or we can do a temporal comparison. Now, the characteristics of the quantitative research: the researcher should have a clear definition of research questions to meet his or her objective, and the research design should be very clear, which means what type of sampling design you should use. Basically, I'm talking about the sample survey design. And the data should be captured through a structured research instrument. Okay, I will come to that later. And for a good quantitative research, we should have enough sample size that is representative of the population. The design of research should be in such a way that it can be replicated or repeated for experimental research. If we want to do a later survey on the same subjects, then it should be capable of doing that. And the data should be in numerical format. When we talk about quantitative research, the data should be in numeric format, and it should be numeric format. Data can be absolute numbers or coded data. Okay, so when I say coded data, codes exist, when we talk about these measurement scales, most of you know that there are 4 measurement scales we use for numerical data, nominal data, ordinal data, then we use interval data, and then ratio type data. Why do we use numerical data? Because it's very easy to analyze the data, to explore the data, to create tables, to create descriptive statistics, and also we can create charts and maps. Now for maps, definitely some of the quantitative, especially the statistical software may not support, but we can integrate these software with remote sensing GIS to come up with various analytical maps. Now, what are the steps in conducting a survey-based research? First is the definition of the survey objectives, then the choice of the method of data collection, whether you need to do a probability or non-probability sampling, or depending upon the survey objectives, and the definition of the population in case of probability sampling. So there should be a clear sampling frame in our hand. Okay, and then writing the questions, preparing this questionnaire, and then pre-testing the questionnaire is very important, which means that we should, once after the preparation of the questionnaire, we should have a pilot survey so that, in case of any shortcoming, we can correct those things. And then we go to the data collection, and then we enter the data. Now, this entry of the data we do through different software tools. Okay. Then data cleaning is important. Then creation of new variables if required, because the variables if I broadly say, the variable exists in 3 forms. Okay, the variables, for example, one is raw data. Okay. Then the raw data can be categorized into categorical data. Then we can create indicators. Now, what does indicators mean? Indicators are the ratio of some relational variables. So, for example, I have data on, let us say, male population and female population. Okay. So these are variables, whereas when I create sex ratio out of that, that becomes an indicator. Okay. So in India, we define sex ratio as female population divided by male population multiplied by 1000. Okay. So that's an indicator. So literacy rate is an indicator, whereas the literate population as well as the total populations are variables. Okay. Then a fourth one is, the indices. We can create various index, composite index out of indicators. Okay. Now, what are the advantage of creating index? Because various indicators, so let us say we have several developmental indicators, right? So these indicators can be reduced into either 1 or 2 components, so that we can rank the development of those states. For example, I have the all India state-wise development indicators, but I want to rank the state according to the development indicators. So for that, I will create one index and then I can rank. So for ranking, we may be using different methods. We may be using the standard normal procedure, standard normal variates we create. You might have heard of Z scores. Okay, so or we can simply divide by mean and then add it up, which means that you have to create scale-free variables first, and then only you can add up those things to create a composite index. Or we have to follow certain other weighted index method, which the method like principal component analysis. What does it do? It creates weights for different variables, and a weighted index can be created. So creation of new variables are very important because when you collect the data, you may not be creating the indicators. You are just asking some questions and you are collecting the data. From that data, you need to create many variables for your analysis. Okay. So the data analysis and then writing of reports after the analysis of the data. Analysis of data can be either descriptive analysis, or you can make inferential statistics. Okay, or you can do several kinds of statistical tests, regression methods, etc. And based on that, you can write the reports, and then and then you can review of the process. That's also part of this conducting a survey-based research, that whether if there is any shortcomings is there, then you can improve on that. So now, what are the research quantitative research tools which we generally use? Or it's generally common. One is that Microsoft Excel. The first thing which comes into our mind is the Microsoft Excel. But it is, I will not call it as a, just a complete statistical software. It's although in the later versions, they have given more, statistical formulas and all, but it is a spreadsheet software. Okay, where you can do simple. Why I am not saying it's a pure data analytical software, because there are limitations in Microsoft Excel, which I will tell in the next slide. Okay, SPSS. It's a comprehensive statistical. SPSS in fact stands for Statistical Package for Social Science. Okay. It's an IBM software. It's a comprehensive statistical analysis software platform designed for ease of use. It's very easy to handle, and it can handle and manage large database. Okay, that is the advantage. Okay, and you can analyze the data. But remember, SPSS is a module-based package. What does module-based package? Which means that if you purchase only the base module, you won't be able to do many things. So for example, if you want to do a time series analysis, you have to purchase that module separately. So it's a module-based software. Each module costs some amount. Okay. Basically, this is used in business data analytics. Right? Now, Stata is a complete software package which has a command-based interface and a very good online user community support, which unlike in SPSS it won't be there, but in Stata online user community is very good, which means that it's a complete software. Why I call it as a complete software? Because once you purchase a Stata, you don't have to purchase any other module. You can easily download whatever is not available from the online Stata community. Right? Then we have the statistical analysis system. SAS is a command-driven software package used for analysis and data visualization. It's a widely used statistical package in industry and business application. Basically, it's a very highly priced commercial software. So in education institute, mainly we use Stata. Okay, and in some places SPS also is used. R is a language and environment for statistical computing. So it's an open source software. You can download it free, which has the capability of managing very large database as well. And good thing about R is, you can do spatial analysis also. Now, what does spatial analysis? Which means that you can integrate remote sensing GIS. Say, for example, I want to do a simulation modeling. You can easily, merge your spatial and non-spatial data to get the output. And Python can be integrated to many other software. For example, you can integrate it easily with the remote sensing JS software. It's also an open source programming language. It's capable of analyzing very complex data. Now, what are the essential features of a good quantitative software? So the most important thing for especially those who are in social science, it should be very user friendly, okay? Which means that, on a click, you should get the answer. Okay. So another important feature, so it should support various data, which most of the software does. It supports various data formats. Okay. Even Microsoft Excel also, support data formats, and it is user friendly. And the first two criteria, even Excel is okay with that. But when it comes to these later two features, that is handling large data sets, you can't do work on large data sets in Microsoft Excel. For example, if I say about let us say the consumer expenditure data of the government of India, the data itself comes in millions of records. Why? Because, when you collect, let us say, data from 1 lakh households, and each of the households, consume hundreds of items. So therefore, you will have that many number of rows. When I say records, it means the number of rows. Okay, so millions of rows. Excel cannot handle. Therefore, you have to depend on statistical software, such as Stata SPS.
Shreya is writing that while MS Excel and Python are renowned tools, the other listed are not so popular. What is the reason behind this? And Dr. Vijay Kumar is asking that SPSS is widely used in social and educational research.
Yes. Now, I'll tell you, see, I'm saying that SPSS, the name itself is statistical package for social science. Now, since it is overpriced, now I don't know, how organizations really purchase it. Using it is a different thing. We might be using through some pirated, I do not know. But purchasing, the cost of that software is very high. That's what I mean to say, that, in commercial, organizations, they can spend money. Okay. So basically, in fact, it's a business analytical software that, they have even changed that name into predictive analytical software earlier, and later they changed it to SPSS. Earlier, beginning it was SPSS, and then they changed the name into predictive analysis software, and then they again changed it into SPSS. Anyway, might be institutions are, because it's very easy to use, okay, but it's very costly. Now, what was the other question?
Yes, Dr. Vagesh?
Yeah, I can hear you. You are telling some other questions? Is there any other questions?
So only one, Dr. Vijay Kumar has asked that SPSS is widely used in social and educational research.
Yes, it is used. Yeah, it is used. But the purchasing the license, it's very costly. Otherwise, you can, any statistical software can be used in any purpose, for business, for social science research, etc. I'm not saying that it is not useful, but it's costly. Okay. Now, the fourth one is, it's capable of doing very complex statistical. Any statistical software, you can do, advanced regression model like logistic regression. When your dependent variables are categorical in nature, you can't do a linear regression. So you may have to do some kind of logic models or logistic models. And then dimension reduction, for example, factor analysis is you won't be able to manage it with Microsoft Excel. You need to depend upon some statistical software. Then simulation modeling. What is simulation modeling? Basically, based on 2 time period, you are creating a simulation, and once that simulation model matches with the current scenario, and then you can create a future scenario. Okay, so simulation modeling can be done with these kind of software, except Microsoft Excel. Okay, I'm just Excel is, again, I'm telling, it's not a complete analytical software. Now, preparation of data is very important when it comes to quantitative software. Now, if you go, you can, simply what we do is, once data is collected, we straight away, try to enter the data in Microsoft Excel. Okay, that is one of the easiest and most commonly used method. But I would suggest not to do that and use some exclusive, data entry methods. Say, for example, we have exclusive data entry software. Even the questionnaire preparation tools are there. For example, CSPro, the Census and Survey Processing System. This is developed by the United States of America for their general census. But this, in India, we are using CSPro very widely. For example, the government of India, the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, they are making use of the CSPro for designing the National Sample Survey Questionnaire, Annual Survey of Industries, all these purpose we are using CSPro. And then Kobo Toolbox is another software which you can use for not only for data entry, for designing your questionnaire to get your, these are basically CAPI. CAPI means computer assisted personal interview. Okay, CAPI. Even CSPro and Kobo apps, Android apps are there. You can download it, and then you can create forms to capture your data, and that data, basically these data will not be an application specific format. Okay, what does application specific format? Which means that CSPro will not give you in any Stata format, or will not give you data in SPSS, or will not give you in SAS. It will simply create flat sequential text files or simple text files. Okay. Along with that, it gives you the layout, and using that layout, you can export that data into Stata, SPSS, or any other programs. So its backend will be a text format. But the good thing about this kind of software is error checking is there, and automatic skip and fill actions are there. For example, if one after one, if a particular question's answer is yes, you may have to skip some questions and then do the rest. So all those things can be done using this exclusive data entry software. Now, data entry through DBMS, which we may not follow always. DBMS is database management system. You can have many examples. For example, Microsoft itself is having a DBMS software that is Microsoft Access, okay, which you may not generally using it, but it's a good database management system. Then we have Fox Pro, we have DBase, Sybase, so many other database management systems. Now, a fourth one is data entry directly through the statistical software we use. For example, if you are working on SPSS, you can directly enter your data in SPSS. So that will help you in not only in defining the structure properly, you can put instantly the variable labels and value labels. So statistical software, in fact, inherits all the properties of DBMS. It has a definite data structure, which means that you'll have to have a variable name and what type of variable it is, whether it is a numerical variable, whether it's a character variable, whether it's a date format, etc. So different data types are there. Then if it's a numeric variables, whether how many decimal places are required. Okay. So those things. And because of most of the variable software has limitations in naming the variable. You can't put whatever name you want, it has to be abbreviated. Okay. So small names without leaving any space in between. You cannot use any special character in naming a variable. So those restrictions are there. Therefore, you can have variable labels. Okay. Instantly, you can put, say, for example, if I create a variable called x1, what x1 is, I can give a descriptive name to it. Okay. And then value labels also you can put. For example, if I put numerical codes for gender, let us say 1 and 2, 1 for male, 2 for female. So what data you are entering is 1s and 2s, but you can create value label, which means you can tell the software that 1 means male and 2 means female. Okay, so that value labels can also be put in this statistical, which will make your analysis very very easily the tables will be understandable. Okay. Otherwise, if you just put only the numeric codes, later on you may not be able to understand what exactly 1s and 2s means. Okay. Both data manipulations and management analysis can be performed using the same. So that is one of the advantage of using statistical software. Okay, which means that query-based analysis you can do. Suppose keeping the entire data. Say for example, I have the all India data. I want to perform the analysis, or I restrict the analysis only for Uttar Pradesh. I can do that, okay, without deleting the other data. Or if I want to merge two levels of data, I can do that using a statistical software. Now, for data verification, you need various, or for data cleaning. We generally use different methods. One is random checking. You just check some 5 or 10% data, and then you can check for any error, or you can examine the descriptive statistics and the frequency distribution of each variables, and you will have an idea whether, for example, if I you know, create a cross tabulation between age and education level. Okay, so if you know, suppose somebody is postgraduate, okay, but if the data comes in those age group which is less than 10 years of postgraduate, which means that definitely some errors are happening. So by using frequency tables and cross tabulation, you can have error checking. And you can also check the error by double entering the data, which is a tedious process, which means that two persons enter the data and then you check the you know, data. Okay. And because you can do a subtraction and see whether you know, there is any you know, cells which is not zero. So that way you can check the data. Now, working with large survey data. Now, the survey data, government monitored. Now, the government of India monitored large survey data are, you know, NSSO, PLFS, ASI, economic census. NFHS data basically it's a demographic health survey. It's by USA, and in India it is known as National Family Health Survey, NFHS. But all other data, NSSO, PLFS, ASI, economic census, these are done by the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation through CSO. Okay. It's a Central Statistical Organization. Now, NSSO conducts, you know, survey in a regular interval. Say, for example, data on employment and unemployment, data on consumer expenditure. Okay, these are some of the data which they do at regular interval, basically to make the temporal comparison. And from 2017-18, this PLFS data, that is Periodic Labor Force Survey. Periodic, that's an annual survey which is used for finding out the employment, unemployment situations in India. Okay. Then ASI means Annual Survey of Industries. Okay. So basically this is a survey which tells about the you know, inputs, outputs, and GVAs and fixed assets, etc. Okay, of different industries. And then the economic census. Economic census is a complete census of all the enterprises, other than some of the enterprise in agriculture sector. Okay. So these are the you know, large survey data. Now, if you look at the latest PLFS 2021 data, the last one is PLFS 2021, which is the government release. Now, this data is available in National Data Archive websites. It's free of cost, and I would suggest you to work on these. These data are very rich data because it follows a very strict, it goes through a very strict sampling design. And accordingly, they give sampling weights to estimate at different state or all India level. Okay. So, you know, and not only this, the government makes various policy decisions is based on this kind of data. Okay, therefore, analyzing the unit level data, you know, you may get PLFS reports. See, when I download the PLFS data, what I am getting, just like NSS. So if you download PLFS from the National Data Archive, now what you are getting is the data layout. It gives some PDF documents along with the annual report, which is in fact, derived out of this raw data. Okay, which they do not give you the raw data in stata format. That is because basically it's difficult for them to give, because the most people do not know whether you are using stata or SPSS or SAS or Python, etc. So they give in a general format that is called text format. So you need to convert that data into whatever software you use. Now, see, when I say working with the large unit level survey data, the survey data is a fixed type text format like this. Okay, and you can't do any kind of analysis with the data because this is not a delimited text. If it's a delimited, then most of the software easily you can say, for example, comma delimited or space delimited. You can easily import that data into that particular software. This is a fixed with software, whereas in which you get a layout, and it says that these are the variables, okay, and it gives you the field length, its byte positions, from which position to which position is the data. For example, the district code, you look at the right side, 7 district code. Okay, so that is a data which lies at 15 to 16 position of this particular raw data. So you'll have to cut that 15 and 16 position, and you create this kind of data, which is, so this is a data which I have created in SPSS. So this first one is a text file, the second one is an Excel file, and the third one is an SPSS file. So these information which are in text, I created it into different variables using the Excel layout given here. Yeah. Somebody was asking something, or okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So how we create this data is very important. Okay, so without this data, you can't analyze. You can't analyze the text data. Without the layout, it's a garbage for us. We can't do anything. But once it is in this form, in the SPSS form, we can do many kind of. So I'll just show some basic tables which I have created for my study. I was doing some kind of employment and unemployment situations in India in the last year, 2021. It's the latest data. The good thing is you get the data, latest data. If you depend on only census and all data, the last census is happened 2011, so it's an old data. So the current scenario you won't be able to understand. Okay, so this is population classified by employment size. So if the entire population, if I divide, you can say that 41.3% in rural area are workers. 1.4 are the people who are seeking or available for work, okay, who are in search of employment. Okay, and non-workers 57.3 because they are not in the labor force, right? And in urban area, you see 36.3% workers, 2.6 those who are seeking available work, and 61 points. So these are the tables we can easily generate once you convert that text data into SPSS or stata form, right? And similarly, the unemployment rate, okay, work participation rate, the labor force participation rate, you can easily calculate. The unemployment rate in India, according to 2021 PLFS, is 4.2 with 6.7% unemployment rate in urban area and 3.3% in rural area. Okay. And you can see similarly, the work participation rate in rural area was 41.3, 36.3 in urban area, and all persons, it's 39.8%. Okay. Now, if you classify these workers by their type of work, broad type of work, I'm just using, because I'm not going to display here all the tables, because this can further be classified. Okay. Self-employed, regular salary, casual wage workers. Now, in India, we have total 55.6% among the workers. Though among the workers, 55.6% workers are self-employed, while 21.1% are regular salary, and the casual wage workers are 23.3%. So how I came out of this is without, without importing the data, unit level data, and you need to do many things. It's just, I have shown you this table, but you may have to merge data sets. You have to do a lot of process in between, like you have to merge the database, you have to apply the weights, because I told you that these survey data are having design weights, okay, sample design weights. So you have to apply that weights to, in fact, estimate the real population. Okay. So this is the real estimates, okay, at all India level. Okay. Now, if you have time, then I can just show you that data. Okay, this is just a PowerPoint. Now, let me just show you that data. Okay. So, the presentation, I'm just stopping here. Can you see this?
Yes, we can see.
It's a folder, you get the data like this, right? When you have the PDF files, you'll get like this, and just in a quick time, I will just use SPSS and how I got this data and just show. Okay. Now see, this is, data is like this. This is called V1, that is visit 1, and RV stands for revisit. So household visit 1, household revisit, and PER RV, then personal file revisit, personal file visit 1. Just quickly, I will try to import some of the data from this visit 1. So this is a practical, just 5 minutes practical demonstration how we can work on this data. Okay. Now this is a layout. So it opens in Microsoft Excel. Okay. So you got this PLF household level data of 2021. Okay. Now generally this PLF is almost all this Ministry of Statistics data survey begins in July if it's a 1-year data, and the survey will go up to June of the next year. So July to June. So this 2021 means data from July 2020 to June 2021. Okay. Now these are some of the variables, and these are the by positions. Okay. Now, how we I have one. Do you want Stata or SPSS? Which one? Let me just quickly use Stata. This is Stata software. Okay. Now, The interface is, looking like this. The left side is a review window, the bottom side is a command window, right side.
Sorry, sir,
yeah.
interrupt. We can only see the PPT. We are not able to see the other.
Oh, you can't see this.
No.
Okay. Just oh, I have to share that. Okay. You haven't seen the earlier folder also, I think. Huh?
No, so that was not.
Oh, okay. Just one. Okay, so I will share. This is Can you see now?
Yes, sir.
The folder you can see.
Yes, sir, we can see the folder.
Okay, okay. And this Excel file also you can see?
Yes, sir, now we can.
Okay, you can see. So this is the layout I was talking about, PLF's household level data of 2021, and this is the one. If you open the Stata, I'm just using Stata 13. Okay, so you can see the central screen is an on-screen display of result where you can see the results. The left side is a review window, and the bottom side it's a command window, and the right side is a place where you get all these variables. Okay, so what we do is, you go to this do file editor. Okay, in that we write a dictionary. Okay. So a dictionary you can write like dictionary. So it's a case sensitive strata. So I use this dictionary using. Okay. And then within code, I'll say that my file is this one. Okay. So I copy this path and place it over here. Okay, and then here I will, what is this? Okay, then you'll have to tell from which file you want the data. So I just write the name of that file. Okay. So this is the data, the first step. Okay. And then you have to write the content of that dictionary. So this is a dictionary file. Now, here we say, okay, how now, I told that the data mostly will be numerical data, but some of the data may be string also. So I do not know which variables are in string, which variables are in numeric. So in order to avoid the loss of data, we capture all data in string. A string can capture both numbers as well as string, anything in that particular width. Whereas if you define all the variables are numerics, suppose there are some strings that will vanish. Okay, you understood? So that is the reason why if you do not know what exactly the contents or whether the data is numeric or string, if you have any doubt in your mind, then capture everything in string so that once verified, it's if a particular variable is pure string, pure number, then you can always destring it in Stata, right? So quickly just create, say for example, file ID. Okay, so what I do is here, I say str string. And what is the length of this string? 4. So it says that str4. Okay, then the variable name file underscore ID. Then I'll put the format of that, that is %4s. This % sign 4 stands for the total length and S stands for the string. And then I can say that this is the file identification. Here I say, see, this is called variable labels. This is the label I have used for this variable name. Okay. Now, similarly, if I say quarter, visit, schedule is there. I'll just type str 3 because the length is 3, the next one. So you capture str3, then schedule. I put sch. It's up to us what name we want to give to that particular variable. Then %3s, and then you say that is what? Schedule. There are schedule. There are easy ways to do that, but right now we are not having much time to do that. So I'm just showing you, taking some variables. I will create a file. Now this is quarter. Okay, quarter is fine because the name should be in such a way that the maximum you maintain an 8-character width. Okay, so if it's now quarter is having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, so it's fine. Okay, if you are using very large names, the problem is when you write a syntax, you'll have to write the entire variable. If you make one simple mistake, spelling error, then your program will go wrong. So if it is smaller, then it will be easy for you. So this is percentage, 8, sorry, 2. 2 is the length. So you say 2 is. This is quarter. So the data is captured in 4 quarters of 3 months each. Okay, 1 year divided into 4 quarters of 3-month duration. Then visit sector. Visit sector. Okay. 2 and 1. This is 2. And str1 that is about sector. I'll only show up to this much. Okay, and sector, and this is %1. Yes, you can continue writing this like this. Sector means whether the data is coming from rural or urban area. Okay. Now you need another variable because I said that these are very important, these variables, because right now I'm not going to do that because of the lack of time. These are the last 4 variables are important in the sense that to create the weight, these are variables which require to create the weights. So once weighted only, you will get the correct percentage. Okay. But I'm just skipping it. Right now, I'm just put a curly bracket here, right? And this is one dictionary. And I'm just saving this, save this as I have that in the desktop. It's a PLFS. So I'll save it here. And PLFS data. Okay, and it's a DCT file, dictionary file. So there are different formats here. A do file is there, that is a certain group of commands, whereas DCT is a dictionary file. Okay. So you create a dictionary. Once this is done, you can say, you can call that file in file using. For calling that dictionary, you have to say in file using, and then you have to say the path of that file. This is the file PLFS data which we have created, and the path of this is this. When you say PLF underscore data dot DCT. Okay. So if you do this, what happened? You know, when I did these steps, it executed here. The right side, you see the variable has come, file ID, schedule. Now you see the data, you can see the data has come like this. So this came from this file. You look at this file and this file. Okay. So you got this data from that well, according to the width, the length we define. Now, if you want, I want to tabulate, say, for example, if I want to see how many data was collected from rural area and urban area, you just have to say tabulate the sector. So it will say that out of the total 1 lakh observation, 1,344 observations or households, 55,389 households were from surveyed from. It's not exactly representing the correct estimate. Okay, this is only the samples collected. 55.2% samples are collected from rural area. 44.8% samples are collected from urban area. But when you apply the design weights, what happens? This percentage will change. It will reflect the real number of households in rural area, and also probably this will be 69.5%, and this will be 30%. Okay, around this is 70. You can say that this is 70%. This is 30%. Okay, but that will happen only when you apply the weights. Okay. For applying the weight, this is only a single command. I said I haven't because we don't have much time to go on and on. So see, when you apply the weight, you say either you have to say that what is the frequency weight, and you put that weight. Okay. Sometimes if it is decimal, that frequency weight will not work, because frequency weight require integer weights. Okay. So then you may have to use an important weights like this. So you create a weight, and then you can, when you do this, it will blow up this figure, which means that it will say that how many households are there in India total. It will say around 27 crore households are there, with 70% households are in rural area and 30% households in urban area, like that. Okay, so the allotted time is over. I hope you get an idea of how to work with quantitative software within this short time. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Varghese. You have given gist of like how to work on these softwares very clearly, and very well highlighted essential features of good qualitative software tools, basically, and working with large survey data also you have explained. So excellent presentation. One question is from Dr. Nisha Tiwari, that are there any tools or applications to compile the text of a qualitative research paper for an easy analysis?
No, I told NVivo is one of the best software. NVivo. But that both the Atlas TI, I already mentioned about Atlas TI, but these two softwares are commercial software, but for education institution they give discount. You know, academic pricing is there. So one license, if you purchase NVivo, it can be simultaneously two persons can use. So it's equivalent to 2 license, and it costs roughly 80,000 rupees for 2 license, and you'll have to purchase under to this academic institution, for academic institutions. So they give a university lab kit. Okay, so the pricing of that is very cheaper because it is only the 1/4 of the commercial price. So 80,000.
If you want to buy all these softwares on our own, like on individual basis, so I hope it will cost too much.
Yes, if it is, but again, if you are showing, if you are buying as a faculty, then you can apply that academic. I think they will apply academic. You have to just show your iCard, all those things.
Okay. So Dr. Tulika Bansal, she has the question that number of researchers today using ChatGPT for writing papers and analysis of qualitative data. What's your take on this ChatGPT?
I haven't used that, so I can't comment on that.
Okay. I think we have heard about this ChatGPT in our earlier session as well. And I think these things are available freely on net, and we don't know how much it is relevant to use these kind of things to write a research paper.
Basically,
Dr. Tulika, can you explain a little bit that what exactly this ChatGPT used for? Only for writing papers, like, or and analysis of qualitative data? Okay. But is it helpful in writing the paper, or can you explain a little bit more on your question, Dr. Tulika? Dr. Tulika, can you explain your question? Dr. Ravideep Kaur is writing that it is an AI website. What about pricing of SPSS for institutions? Okay, Dr. Maqsood, can you give the rights to Dr. Tulika Bansal?
Yes, ma'am. Done, ma'am.
So, Tulika, you have the rights. Can you just open your video and ask the question?
Actually, I have just recently explored ChatGPT, and I too was quite surprised with this artificial intelligence Microsoft software that has been recently launched, and it is really like tremendously. It is analyzing the qualitative data as well as writing the research paper. Whatever you ask, it is giving the suggestions, and that too I personally checked that whether the content is plagiarized or not. So when we check it with the plagiarism softwares like Codecond or Turnitin, it turns out to be non-plagiarized content. So how ethical it is to use it in the researches, because several of my students are also coming with this data.
Okay. Okay, so Dr. Verghese, any comments on this, as she has rightly pointed out that these are the things available in the...
No, because, nowadays, AI is,
The AI has hold on everything.
Hold on everything, so without doing much work, you are, you know, I don't think that's a good thing, you know, to get into all those things. And what I feel, you know, is that, you know, if you are writing a research paper, you should exactly focus on your research questions and write on your own, and then that is the best way, you know. That's what I said, you know, I haven't heard about it, and I will not use that also.
Rakesh, the point is that nowadays many shortcuts are there in the market, and especially in Google. So, and the students tend to work and they attract towards all these things very fast. So I don't know.
But the thing is that, you know, maybe for qualitative research that works, but for quantitative research, you know, you won't be able to depend on all those things.
All these things. Okay. So Professor Abdul is asking that what about pricing of SPSS for institutes?
You know, their base module for institution is somewhere around 2.8 lakhs. Now, base module means it contains the data editor, data browser, all those things, the basic, the main interface, along with you know, some module like descriptive statistics, frequency cross-tabulation, and data exploration tools. When you want to purchase more, you know, modules, say for example, you know, factor analysis doesn't come with the base module. You have to purchase factor analysis. So add-on cost will be somewhere around 1 lakh per module.
Oh,
so if you purchase 5 modules plus base module, then you can imagine the cost will be somewhere around 6 to 7 lakhs rupees. At least that much is at least 5 modules will be required. Additional modules will be required to fulfill your, you know, analysis and all.
Dr. Vakish, we have one question from Ms. Shreya Goswami. She is asking, are there any software tools that make survey research a less repetitive process?
No, I told 2 softwares which are very extensively used, Kobo Toolbox and CS Pro. And it's very easy to use.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Vakish, for your deep insight on this particular topic, and you have very well categorized the essential features of good qualitative software tools. Thank you once again from the bottom of my heart for accepting our invite and delivering such a remarkable session with all the participants. Thank you so much, Dr. Vakish. Dr. Nisha, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, Dr. Vagish, for such an informative session. It was really helpful to know about all the qualitative and quantitative research tools and that we can use for a paper. Thank you so much, sir, for your time. With this, we would now like to move on to our next session. I would like to introduce Dr. Ujjaini Dasgupta. She's an assistant professor at Amity Institute of Integrative Sciences and Health, Amity University, Haryana. She specializes in molecular biology, biochemistry, and cell biology. Her research interest lies in deciphering the intricacies of
Dr. Nisha, I think she is about to join in 2 minutes.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Wait. Yes, ma'am.
I think she is just joining. Once she joined, then we can just go ahead with this. Okay. Dear participants, our next resource person is joining in 1 or 2 minutes soon. I hope you are enjoying the sessions. Since morning, you are listening to eco-friendly technologies, how these technologies are useful to conduct any kind of research. I hope these are definitely going to be beneficial for each one of us. But there are few ifs and buts. So we have to be very careful while using these technologies, whether they are going to give us any kind of benefit or not. We have to see very, very carefully. As Dr. Tulika has mentioned about this chat GPT. So even many of us are not aware of that, but we all would like to try, but we have to see whether it is good for us or not good for us. So we have to see all these challenges as well while using these technologies. But definitely lots of software tools which speakers are explaining since morning. Many of them are quite useful, and we will definitely try to implement in our research work. Any comments from participants? Anything which you would like to say? Please write it on the chat box. I hope you are getting the fruitful results from this particular sessions which we are conducting. All sessions since morning were quite informative. There were a few sessions which were a little technical, but nevertheless, they have also given us some kind of lesson to learn that how we can conduct research, maybe in biotechnology or maybe in other stream. Thank you, Dr. Reshma. You have written learning new aspects regarding technical advancements. Great speaker so far. Thank you for motivating us and thank you for everything. Dr. Vijay Kumar is very active participant in our group. Dr. Neelam as well. Dr. Abdul as well. And his writing, yes, sessions are quite fruitful and enriched. Dr. Kavita is writing very good insights on the new softwares. And this helps us to know how the research industry is moving towards artificial intelligence. Yes, artificial intelligence is taking hold on everything. And I'm little afraid that what is coming next. So everything is on our tips and toes. But again, as I've said earlier, that technology has their own benefits and own challenges. So we have to be very, very careful. Any participant who would like to say a few words so that I can give them rights to say 2 to 3 lines if they are interested. Dr. Vijay, would you like to say a few words? Can I give you rights? We would love to see you. We would love to listen to you as you are most active. Yes. Maqsood, can you give right to Dr. Vijay Kumar, please, so that we can listen what he wants to say? Maqsood, are you there? Yeah, Dr. Vijay, you have those rights. Please open your camera and say a few words. Thank you, Dr. Vijay. We can see you very well.
Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am. The sessions are quite useful and enriched also.
You got close.
Yeah. As we can see that all the experts, all the resource personnel are from renowned institutions and from the MIT also. So these are very enriched sessions, fruitful sessions.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Vijay, and keep asking such motivating and interesting.
Definitely, ma'am, definitely.
So we look forward for such participants. Thank you so much, Dr. Vijay.
Thank you.
I think Dr. Ujjani, our next resource person, has already joined. Can I see Dr. Ujjani Dasgupta? Are you there, Dr. Ujjani? Yes, we can see.
Yeah,
Dr.
hi.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Dr. Ujjani.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Yeah.
We are so happy to see you, Dr. Ujjani.
Thank you. Thank you
For accepting our invite. And we are so grateful.
Oh, no need to be so formal. It's okay. It's a pleasure.
It's very important. Yes, so we can start the session. Dr. Nisha, please go ahead.
Sure, ma'am. So I would like to introduce Dr. Jenny Dasgupta. She's an assistant professor at Amity Institute of Integrative Sciences and Health, Amity University, Haryana. She specializes in molecular biology, biochemistry, and cell biology. Her research interest lies in deciphering the intricacies of sphingolipid signaling during cancer progression and regulatory mechanism in tumors in response to nanomedicine. She is a member of Society of Biological Chemists and member of Indian Society Ethics Committee and Institutional Biosafety Committee. Dr. Dasgupta is faculty in charge at Amity Lipidomics Research Facility. She has been awarded Women Scientist Award in 2017, Earlier Career Research Award also in 2017, and Senior Research Fellowship from Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. Being a recipient of several grants, she is also one of the young investigators selected to attend Young Investigators Meeting in the year 2020. May I now warmly welcome Dr. Dasgupta, and I would request her to kindly start her session.
You are on mute. Yeah, we can.
Thank you.
Dr. Ujjaini, just I just wanted to say one thing, like we would very interested to listen from you that how you get the grants, what is the process of receiving that, how to make our proposals very strong so that we can get grants from this government organizations. Kindly include this part in your session.
So maybe I will talk about it at the end.
Yes, please.
That might be better.
Yes.
Thank you. So let me share my slides first.
Yeah. Should we help you, Dr. Ujjaini?
No. I just a second. Can you see the slide?
Yes, you can see your slide. Yes.
Okay. Is it on full screen mode? Can you see it?
In mode.
Okay. So can I start?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So I'm Ujjaini. I'm an assistant professor at Amity Institute of Biotechnology and Amity Institute of Integrative Sciences and Health at Amity University, Haryana. And my research focuses on deciphering the intricate signaling mechanisms of a class of lipids, which are known as sphingolipids, during cancer progression, during the progression of different tumors. Though today I will not be talking to you about what my research interests are, that's in the interest of this particular FDP, but in a very, in a nutshell, I will tell you that research in my lab, it focuses on epigenetic, transcriptional, and post-transcriptional regulation of these genes of the sphingolipid and ganglioside pathway. They are specialized lipids, actually, which not only has a structural role, but a signaling role. And these epigenetic, transcriptional, and post-transcriptional regulation of these lipids during tumor progression, and also in the various signaling mechanisms that function in the tumor microenvironment at the time of tumor progression. We are also interested in identifying, validating, and establishing lipid-based biomarkers for various kinds of cancer, for liver diseases, for ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease. So we are into all of these various aspects of research. But today I'll be talking to you about various research softwares that the software tools that we have been using in the lab. And all of these software tools, I'm not actually so sure about the audience, whether they are all from biotechnology field or not. But since I am from the biotechnology field and my research group or the department in which I am a faculty, that is the biotechnology group. So my talk to you would be totally focused on research software tools and eco-friendly technologies, all related to biotechnology, but from the various aspects of biotechnology. So very commonly used tools in our lab, as well as I'm sure our whole department, even what the students use, they not only help them in their day-to-day science or their day-to-day analysis of different experiments, but they also help us in interpreting the data properly, and also in writing our work in the form of manuscripts, because these are software tools that are necessary, that are accepted by the general scientific community, and we use them very routinely for all our manuscript preparation. So they include the GraphPad Prism, the R software, ImageJ, BioRender, then there is FlowJo, and there is also SnapGene or the Expacy tool, and there is the Clustal Omega tool. So a little bit I'll talk about, I'll touch upon all of these tools, just to give a brief idea. Anybody, I'm sure, who is in the biotechnology field or life sciences field would already be aware of these tools, but still just an overview of it. So coming to the, just a second. Now, coming to the GraphPad Prism tool, this is a tool that we use. It's a very, very handy tool. This is a tool that we use for making all kinds of graphs, whether it's a bar graph, a line graph, a dot plot, or a volcano plot, whatever it is. And the most important use also of the GraphPad Prism is various kinds of statistical analysis that we can do with this software after feeding our data into it. We can not only do simple t-tests and one-way ANOVA, two-way ANOVA, we can do survival analysis, dose response curves, or even principal component analysis. In fact, the recent versions of the GraphPad Prism software, they are so user-friendly, and I mean, you can even make the prediction of different kinds of markers, whether they can be called as a prognostic marker or not, the way we do the ROC curves and the analysis of the AUC under the ROC curve. All of that can be done in GraphPad Prism. More importantly, GraphPad Prism can also be used for the curve fittings, that is the least simple linear regression, logistic regression, multiple regression, and even non-linear regression, and many other things. Why is my slide not moving? Okay. So the next software that we very routinely use in our lab or other labs also is the R software. And the R software, though you have to learn the R programming for that, it is a very, very useful tool again for various kinds of data analysis. And in our lab, what we particularly use R is for the analysis of RNA sequencing data, because we can do a lot of, all the downstream analysis, the differential gene expressions of the different sets of RNA sequencing data, the not only the reads, the alignment and the read count, as you see here, the volcano plots, the heat map, all of this can be done with the R software. Plus, we can again use R software for our statistical inferences. We can do the PCA analysis, the beautiful plots with that. Plus, there are various levels of machine learning that we can do with the R software. We then come to a important tool that we routinely use for image analysis and various kinds of presenting the data that is important for for presenting in papers for images, as that is the pictures that we click by the confocal microscope or the simple microscope or fluorescent microscope. The analysis of the data is done usually by ImageJ. So ImageJ can not only do stitching of data, that is, you take a time lapse, or you take at different time intervals or time points, the pictures of your various experimental models, and then you can stitch the data. But the other very important thing that you can do here is quantify your data. Now, that quantification is of the the extent of fluorescence, or the extent of even in case of when you do a Western analysis, the brightness of the band, telling you about the expression of that protein, in comparison to the control, what is the expression pattern of the diseased sample or diseased experimental sample. So not only can you use ImageJ for your pictures that you take from confocal or fluorescence microscope, but you can also use ImageJ for quantification of your data from the autorads or the Western blots that you develop after your protein, after you have run and transferred the protein. So it helps you to quantitate your protein, or your, if you have done a northern or a southern, quantitate your RNA or DNA, which is there on your autorad. We then go to another very useful data analysis software, that is BioRender. Now, this is not exactly a data analysis software also. It is a software that you use to make pictures, to make models. And BioRender is something that is very, very commonly used now. And it has a wide variety of shapes and, of models, and like everything that you can think of to make a particular model or make a particular representation of your work. So you will see that in most of the papers now, at the end, the model that is presented, or at the beginning, the hypothesis that is presented in the form of an image is usually done with the help of BioRender. So BioRender is very user-friendly also, and most of our work has now, therefore, for making models, shifted to BioRender. Then we come to another software, which is Flojo. Flojo is a software which is very, very useful for acquiring and also for analysis of FACS data. And when you do an immune profiling of all the different sets of immune cells in blood or in a tumor, a single cell suspension of tumor, Flojo is a software that can help you to do 4-color, 6-color, 12-color interpretations of the different populations of immune cells, be it the T cells, the Tregs, the NK cells, all kinds of the macrophages, the M1, M2 populations, and all of this can be done with the Flojo. And not only that, Flojo is a very handy software to even do data analysis and representation of cell cycle. Now, during cell cycle analysis, to see how many cells are in G0 phase or G1 phase or G2M phase or synthesis phase, that is S phase, Flojo is very, very commonly used for all these analysis. And as you see here, the representation of it. So we next come to another tool that is very frequently used in the labs. It is Clustal Omega, and this is a software again that helps in sequence alignment, be it nucleotide sequence or be it amino acid sequence. It helps in the alignment of the DNA sequence or the protein sequence in the as arrays of nucleotides or amino acids. And it can be single or multiple. It can help us to make phylogenetic trees. It can help us to give tree data. And that is all, you know, very important when it comes to various fields of life sciences. And finally, we also routinely use the SnapGene software, which helps us to plan and visualize molecular cloning. And, so we see the vector map here. As you can see here, this vector map will help us to it will help us to make the it will tell us the vector backbone, what are the different multiple cloning sites, what are the different enzyme sites that are restriction enzyme sites that are there, what we can choose out of it, what are the sequence, what is the according to the sequence of our gene of interest that is to be cloned, what are the restriction sites there, and how we can choose our right restriction sites, how we can plan the entire cloning, what are the different steps in it, how we can visualize the cloning, and how step by step we can record it, and finally we can plan the whole experiment using SnapGene and then do it on the bench. So these are some of the very, very common software tools that we regularly use, and as I mentioned to you, all of them are absolutely necessary. None of them actually overlaps with the other, and each of these are required not only for our day-to-day purposes, but also for writing our manuscripts and presenting our work in the form of grants or presentations like the one I am giving right now. So from there, I go to the second part, that is, I'll talk to you a little bit about the different eco-friendly technologies that have come into being in the last few decades. Now, these eco-friendly technologies are really, they will help us to sustain through the future generations, and gradually our science is getting shifted towards these eco-friendly biotechnologies, because that is the way we'll be able to solve the various problems that we are facing as far as shortage of food or the pollution control or the various aspects of genetic engineering. So the different types of eco-friendly technologies that we talk about today are the green biotechnology, which will help in improving the nutritional quality and quantity of the various food grains or food items, and obviously having insect-resistant plants. These are some of the examples. And then there is blue biotechnology, which talks all about aquaculture and everything to do with the ocean or the living organisms that are there in the ocean. Then there is nanotechnology, which is making a huge contribution now in our eco-friendly biotechnology in the field of agriculture, and also in making very handy biosensors. Then there is animal biotechnology, which helps us in making effective and efficient livestock production and use of organoids for treatment. And the fifth aspect is genetic engineering, which I am sure all of you are very aware of, that how eco-friendly technologies can be used for vaccine production or treatment of diseases like cancer. Now, it will be impossible for me to cover all of these in this period of time that I'll be talking here. So I have picked up a couple out of these 5, and I'll touch upon them, giving you some examples. So I will start with, one of the very interesting eco-friendly technologies that has come up in the last couple of decades, that is the blue biotechnology. And the blue biotechnology has the major facets of it. It are aquaculture, that is the growth enhancement, cold resistance, salinity tolerance, and disease resistant fish varieties. Then there is the immunology aspect of it, that the various anti-cancer compounds that has been isolated and developed as anti-cancer drugs from the living organisms that are found on the ocean bed. Then environmental technology, that is the alternative to fossil fuels, that is fuels from algae and bioremediation of oil spills. And finally, tissue engineering, that is cell and tissue culture of algae, which can be used for food production like spirulina and biofertilizer production. So I'll give you a couple of examples from each of these branches, and let me walk you through. So the first thing that I'll be talking to you about is transgenic fishes that are being made in various places, in various institutes, marine biotechnology institutes, as well as some other institutes. And so gene transfers have been done successfully in this area, whereas in several fish varieties like the common carp, the rainbow, the trout, salmon, catfish, and the salmon or rainbow trout growth hormone, the chicken delta crystalline protein, winter flounder antifreeze protein, all of these are, the recombinant proteins that has been generated in E. coli, or and then they have been transferred into the various fishes. So the transgenic techniques are used to introduce the desirable traits into this fish varieties that I talked about, and so that the fish have larger and transparent eggs, and those are the fish that are usually chosen because they are easy to do the gene transfer. And these gene transfer techniques that are used are usually the microinjection techniques, either electroporation, microinjection, or injection through the micropyle. And it is so the first step is always the gene of interest to be cloned in a particular E. coli, in a particular vector, and then transform it into an E. coli strain. And finally, the gene is transferred into the egg. So you can see here that the size of the fish, how they vary after the transfer of the genes, and the potential applications include the growth enhancement, the freeze, the cold resistance, the salinity tolerance, disease resistance, the metabolic modifications, and improved product for the consumer. But again, there are some disadvantages associated with it, because at the end, there will be some unnatural and undesirable traits that can interfere with the natural being of the fish. There might be some pleiotropic effects of the gene transferred, which we are not aware of. The novel proteins can also, for some people, they can be allergens. And finally, it is not an interbreeding that we are doing, but we are actually introducing a new gene here. So there is always the worry that it might at the end cause some ecological harm. So the next aspect of the blue biotechnology is various kinds of fuels from algae. So that is, which are alternatives to fossil fuels, and they actually are designed to come from photosynthetically generated biomass. They are renewable and there is no damage to the environment. The biomass can be then converted by bacteria to fuels such as methane, and Dunaliella is an algae that can produce glycerol, which can be converted by bacteria to chemicals such as ethanol and butanol, which can then be used as fuels. And this algae may also be genetically modified to make gasoline type of fuels, since brown algae and cyanobacteria already makes small amounts of these fatty acids. So these can be further fortified, further increased to give gasoline type fuels. So a lot of work is getting done in various places to fortify these traits of cyanobacteria or algae, and to use these photosynthetically generated biomasses as an alternative to fossil fuels. And then there are fuels from seaweed, that is, they are the highly enriched in sugars, fermented to produce bioethanol or butanol, and they may also produce methane via anaerobic digestion or fermentation. And then there are the red seaweed polysaccharide that consists of carrageenan, which can be used to produce, again, bioethanol. So fuel from algae and fuel from seaweed, both of these are being tried out as a alternative to fossil fuels. Then there are the food sources, that is the macroalgae and the microalgae. The macroalgae can be used as food in various countries. A lot of work is being done to use them as alternative food sources, and then also as source of herbs. And I already told you about biofertilizers. And then microalgae, which are green algae and cyanobacteria. So they are also being tapped in various ways, and they are being engineered to be used as food and a source of beta carotene. Then algae such as spirulina and chlorella are of multi-nutrition. They have multi-nutrition value, and spirulina is marketed today as dried flakes that are used in fish food and also in Japanese food. A lot of people like to eat sushi a lot, and spirulina is being widely used in various forms of sushi. And then the fourth aspect that I talk about is the anti-cancer drugs. So there is the didamin B, which is being used as an anti-cancer drug against leukemia and melanoma. So this is a seaweed, as you can see here, and it is also an effective immunosuppressive agent. So, and then there are dolastatins, which is a compound from the sea hare, that is Dolabella auricularia, which is effective again against leukemia and melanoma because it can inhibit cell division. So these compounds, or these compounds that are extracted from these different sea organisms are being widely worked upon to develop them as anti-cancer drugs, which would be a natural source, since they are not synthetically made, but they are from a natural source. And finally, I will talk about this bioremediation remediation later also. There is the use of the Pseudomonas putida that degrades the hydrocarbon present in oil spills, and that is another very important use of this bacteria in controlling the oil spills that happens in the water bodies. So I'll come back to it again later. Now, the next, so one thing I will quickly mention also here is that research is also carried out on the use of marine collagen, and which is used for wound repairing and damage repairing processes. So this is also another very upcoming field. So the next aspect that I'll be talking in detail is nanotechnology and its use as a eco-friendly technology. So nanotechnology, if I can talk about this I can talk about this from various aspects of being an eco-friendly technology that includes nanofertilizers, nanoherbicides, nanopesticides, the biosensors, drug delivery, and the CAR T-cell nanoparticles. So all of these, finally are developed from nanoparticles, and they have been used in the form of these, these different fertilizers or herbicides or pesticides, and they have been used in various forms to help grow to help in agriculture or in various disease detection or drug delivery or as therapies. So the first examples that I can talk about are the nanofertilizers. So the nanofertilizers are the ones that, it has plus points and minus points both. So if we talk about the plus points, they have a slow and controlled delivery of nutrients. And then there is reduced loss, increase in bioavailability of nutrients, and synthesized according to the objective that we actually want it to be. So they will help in making nutrient efficient crops. However, there are again the downside of it. So we again have to think a lot about their environmental impact. And so for any kind of nanofertilizer that you use, you again have to think about the field conditions, the workers, the farm workers who are working, and finally the safety concern of the consumers. So how good it is as per the use by the consumer or the farmer who is using it in the field, or the crop itself, and finally the environment. So on one hand, it is making the plant more nutrient efficient, but on the other hand, we have to weigh out that whether it is harming the environment or not. But nevertheless, a lot of work is going on, and in all of these cases, the toxicological parameters are being tested, and definitely the plants are tested for various kinds of toxicity, and so that the farmers or the environment and eventually the consumer is not affected. So some of these examples are the EDTA coated ferric oxide nanoparticles that increase the iron content in sunflower, or the silicon dioxide nanofertilizer application that increases the growth and yield in cucumber through improved nitrogen and phosphorus content, or the iron pyrite nanoparticle treatment on spinach seeds for improvement of plant growth and enhanced breakdown of starch. And maybe the copper nanoparticle application, it increased the growth and yield of the wheat cultivar millet 2011 by enhancing leaf area, chlorophyll content, fresh and dry fruit, dry weight, and root dry weight. So these are all the different kinds of nanofertilizers, as I mentioned, which were used on different kinds of plants, that is sunflower or cucumber or wheat cultivar, spinach, which has been shown to increase the yield, increase the nutrient content, improve the nutrient content, and even help in enhanced breakdown of starch and leaf area increase, chlorophyll content increase, etc. Then there are the nanoherbicides, which are nanoparticles of polyepsilon caprolactone containing the herbicide atrazine, which were tested on the targets, that is Brassica species and non-target Zea mays plants. The formulations can efficiently control weeds, reducing the risk of harm to the environment and human health. So each of these examples of how nanoparticles can be more efficiently used as herbicides or as fertilizers or as fungicides, they all finally, the aim is to increase the nutrient or to increase the biomass or to fortify the nutrients without causing any harm to the environment, to the farmer, to the field, that is the soil, and finally the consumer. So for each of these studies that I am actually discussing with you, there are a lot of assays or lot of experiments related to their toxicity level, related to their impact on the human health or their pharmacokinetics. A lot of these things are actually involved here, which also needs to be given equal importance apart from fortifying the nutrition or increasing the dry weight or fresh weight. So the nanoparticle-based herbicides has several advantages over conventional herbicides, such as increased water solubility, lower weed resistance, specificity, and decreased toxicity. So these are some of the plus points or some of the positive aspects of the nano herbicides that are used. But at the end, again, the question remains that how good they will be on the consumer or how good they will be on the farmer, and hence more and more testing is needed to be absolutely sure about it. So I already talked to you about all of these, the nanopesticides and the nanoherbicides, and so now a little bit about the nanopesticides. So some of the examples are that the nanosilica derived from the plant is effective in controlling the infection of nuclear polyhedrosis virus of silkworm, and then Bacillus thuringiensis coated zinc oxide nanoparticles. They delay the larval and pupal development period of the Chalasoprocus maculatus. The silica nanoparticles, they are used against Cytophilus oryzae, providing 90% pest mortality, and nano zinc oxide, nano titanium dioxide, nano alumina, which have been also used as insecticides. So the whole point is that use of these nano pesticides is to increase the stability, increase the efficacy, increase the dispersion rate, and so that fewer doses are needed, there is more targeted delivery, and there is slow and sustained release, so that with a lesser number of deliveries, you can achieve your target of killing the pests. Now, we know that a lot of times the whole concept of the organic farming, organic cultures have come because of the excessive use of pesticides that causes adverse effects on organisms and environment. And also hampers the nitrogen fixing ability of the plants. So basically these nanopesticides, where the pesticides are actually delivered in the form of nanoparticles, whether it is nanosilica or nano zinc oxide or titanium oxide or copper oxide, all of these that I discussed, that's all targeted towards higher dispersion and greater effectivity with a fewer number of doses. And so there are also examples of nanofungicides. I will not go into too much detail of this, but just to tell you that several nanofungicides have been tested against various plant diseases that are caused by various fungus like Aspergillus or Fusarium, or botrytis, and all of these, whether it is silver or copper nanoparticles or zinc oxide nanoparticles, they have all been used to actually to treat against these various fungal infections of Aspergillus or Fusarium or botrytis. There are actually lot of examples. It is really difficult to concise all of this in a short time, and that's why I'm just giving you overviews of various uses of nanotechnologies for doing to bring about more eco-friendly growth of plants, which are good for the consumer as well as the farmer. So the nanotechnology has also been used for enhancing seed germination, because most of the time the stored seeds show a lot less viability, and the nanoparticle based methods are now being developed to improve seed germination of these stored seeds at a later time point. The nanoparticles of again zinc, silver, gold, silica, they have all been claimed to improve seed germination of several plants. So, and a lot of research is going on that. And then obviously there is the role of nanoparticles in production of the GM crops. In gene modification, so for example, mesoporous silica nanoparticles are used to transport DNA and chemicals into plant cells and leaves. These mesoporous silica nanoparticles, they are used as carriers to develop the Cre-recombinase protein into ZRMase for recombination to happen, and a fluorescent conjugated polymer was used for delivering siRNAs to knock down target genes in the cellulose biosynthesis pathway. And then calcium phosphate nanoparticles were used to deliver the various genes, to deliver the various genes that are driven by the 35S promoter encoding plasmid DNA into tobacco. So these are again only some of the examples of different steps of producing GM plants. And finally, I'll quickly touch upon the use of nanoparticles or in nanotechnology in nanobiosensors. So they are basically the sensors which are made up of nanomaterials, and they have been made in a very eco-friendly way to do various kinds of detections, and these are not the specialized sensors that can detect nanoscale events, but they are devices that measure a biochemical or biological event using without using electronic, optical, or magnetic technology. So it's an analytical device which incorporates a biologically active nano element with an appropriate physical transducer to generate a measurable signal that is proportional to the concentration of the chemical in any type of sample. So that makes it very user-friendly and eco-friendly. And so I will not go into the detailed working principle of a biosensor. So it is simply that, the intercalation of the analyte with the bioreceptor is designed to produce an effect that is finally measured by the transducer, which converts the information into a measurable effect, such as an electrical or an electronic signal. And the very common examples are the glucometer strips that are used to measure the glucose level. And then there are the pregnancy tests that are very commonly available now that measures the level of the human chorionic gonadotropin hormone. So with that, I will finish off the biosensor part, and I will this sums up mostly the use of nanotechnology as eco-friendly technology. And finally, coming to the genetic engineering. Genetic engineering has been widely used as eco-friendly technology for controlling pollution, for recombinant DNA products, like that the insulin, human growth factors, the TNF, interleukin-2, they are all recombinant DNA products in vaccine development and in gene therapy. And all of this to discuss in detail will be very difficult, and hence I will just quickly take up one of these examples to show you that how genetic engineering is being used in the control of pollution, because that is something that is of prime importance in today's world. So the microorganisms are used here, whose genetic makeup will be changed through various, cloning techniques and other techniques of biotechnology, and they are being used to control the pollution. So we can see here that genetically engineered microorganisms can be used for pollution control, and we can see that how that can be done, because the genes or enzymes that are responsible to control of environmental pollution can be, can be designed and can be manipulated, and they can be introduced into different kinds of plasmids, and microorganisms can be transfected with these plasmids to help in control of pollution. So the enzymes that are responsible for control of environmental pollutants, for example, toluene, chlorobenzene acids, and other halogenated pesticides and toxic wastes have been identified. And for every compound, a separate plasmid is required, so that that plasmid will be engineered with that gene, which will help in the degradation of this toxic compound. So for every compound, a separate plasmid is required, and the plasmids that are grouped into 4 main categories: the OCT plasmids that degrades octane, hexane, and decane; the xyl plasmid, which degrades xylene and toluenes; the CAM plasmid that decomposes camphor; and the NaH plasmid that degrades naphthalene. So, use of genetically engineered microorganisms for pollution control are designed using all these plasmids, and a multiplasmid containing Pseudomonas strain is finally engineered, which is capable of oxidizing aliphatic, aromatic, terpenic, and polyaromatic hydrocarbons. And so this is what I was talking about when I was talking about bioremediation of the oil spills. So the Pseudomonas putida is this particular strain of bacteria that contains the xyl and the NaH plasmids, as well as hybrid plasmids that are derived. Hybrid plasmids that are derived from CAM and OCT can degrade camphor, octane, salicylate, naphthalene, and can even grow in crude oil. So this plasmid, the plasmids that has been designed with all these different different enzymes that can degrade the octanes or xylenes or camphor and naphthalene. All of these plasmids are finally introduced into the Pseudomonas putida strain. I'm sorry. So a Pseudomonas putida strain, and so that this multi-plasmid strain will now be able to degrade all of these compounds, the very toxic compounds like camphor, octane, salicylate, or naphthalene, and can even grow in crude oil and help in controlling the different oil spills, the huge oil spills that are there in the water bodies. So Pseudomonas putida, as I was saying, that's why called a superbug. It is used to treat oil spills, and the petroleum products containing octanes, naphthalene, xylene, toluene, they are all controlled by Pseudomonas putida. That is why it is called the superbug. So, So these are, again, various examples of the use of genetically engineered microorganisms for controlling soil pollution. Again, the same type of methods of genetic engineering are used to design different kinds of plasmids, which are then introduced into different strains of bacteria. And these strains of the genetic engineering of endophytic and rhizospheric bacteria is then used in plant-associated degradation of toxic compounds in the soil, and is considered one of the most promising new technologies for remediation of contaminated environmental sites. So again, there will be, as you know, there is a lot of positive points for all these genetically engineered bacteria for cleaning the environment or cleaning the soil. There are also negative points associated, and those are the things that that raises a lot of concern. And so one needs to be careful about that. And there are a lot of various tests that are also carried out to gauge the effect of these bioremediations on the soil or on the plants that are grown in the soil. And definitely we need the growth or the engineering of more such bacterial strains to meet our new challenges. So finally, I'll give you a very brief overview of green biotechnology. I don't think I have enough time to go into details, so I'll talk just one or two slides more, and I will give you a brief overview of what is green biotechnology. So I'm sure everybody is aware of green biotechnology. So this is something to do with improvement in all kinds of architecture, the growth, the stress tolerance, the removal of toxic compounds, and the nutritional improvement of various kinds of crop plants, or the organic cotton that we are, the cotton or the textile origin plants, and also for prolongation of the shelf life. So coming to the plant architecture, various biotechnological techniques are used to increase the plant height, the shoot branching, leaf and inflorescence morphology, to improve abiotic stress tolerance, to that is from drought, floods, low and high temperature, salinity, biotic stress tolerance, that is the stress caused by various insects, nematodes, parasitic weeds, viruses, or bacterial diseases, nutritional improvements like to make fortified, vitamin fortified or zinc, iron, carotenoid improvement in the plants. Then the removal of toxic compounds like caffeine or glycosides, etc. And finally, the prolongation of the shelf life, that how to increase the shelf life, how to increase the shelf life of the vegetables and the fruits. But one thing that we have to understand in all of this is that whether we call it green biotechnology or we call it blue biotechnology or nanobiotechnology, they are all mutually related to each other. And as you can make out from all the things that I told you about, that none of them can actually happen without the support and help from the other. So whether we say genetic engineering or whether we say blue or green biotechnology or nanotechnology, they are all very interlinked, and each of them is possible because the other technology is there. And also we see in case of animal biotechnology, like recovering endangered species, making artificial models like, the organoids, which are the 3D tissue models, which are widely used for various, various treatment of various, for experiments related to treatment of various diseases like cancer or artificial insemination, the animal disease models, the vaccine technology, they are all in today's world, everything is being tried to in a eco-friendly way. So with that, I will come to the end of this discussion. And as I said, that these are all different technologies that has been used to make the environment sustainable, to have a better life. Thank you.
Dr. Jenny. Thank you. Thank you so much. It was an excellent and eye-opening presentation, because we are not aware so much of technologies being used in this biotechnology. Especially you have very rightly highlighted essential features of a good qualitative software tools, working with large survey data, anti-cancer drug, nanotechnology, nano herbicides, nanopesticides, genetic engineering, green biotechnology. So you have enlightened us with many sort of technologies which are being used in sciences. Thank you so much, Dr. Jenny. And we have few questions also.
So you had asked me to talk a little bit about grants.
Yes. And please, because everybody is looking forward to that particular thing. Yeah.
So there is no hard and fast rule for writing a grant, but what is sort of important, I feel, is that it is necessary to be very precise and very to the point. I mean, the why you are wanting why you are writing this grant, what is your problem, what is your aim, and how is it different, or how is it novel from other such work being carried out in the field. That is very important to show here, because where every grant begins with an origin of proposal, and that origin of proposal is actually something that tells that why I am writing this grant, what is the aim of the proposal, and why, from what are the gaps, or what are the lacunae in the field that this particular proposal will cover, which till date has not been covered. So putting that across is very important. And the other important aspect is that in today's scenario, giving some preliminary data is very important to show that somebody has a little bit of experience in that field and is capable of taking it forward. Whatever the person is proposing has to be tangible, has to be, it cannot be an overwhelming thing or an overambitious thing. At the same time, it cannot be something that is very trivial. So that balance has to be there. And to convince the funding body, it is important, in my view, to give some preliminary data. And that convinces the person, that the funding body, that the person is capable, the person has the experience in this field to carry it forward. Because otherwise you have to show the novelty in it, and that whatever novelty you are showing, you are capable of also addressing that novelty.
Very true, very true.
So otherwise, there are...
Concept note also makes a big difference, how you are writing the objectives, whether you are clear about your the project or not.
Yeah, especially the gaps. what is the gaps that are existing in that particular area, whether you are addressing one of those gaps or not, something that has been done again and again, over and over. Why would a funding agency fund that? So it is important to find out those gaps that are there in that area, because no research is complete. Every area, every field has lot of gaps. So it is better to think about, how to address those gaps, and then, bring in some element of, something that has already been done also. But some novelty has to be there. And that novelty, you should be able to handle it. For that, you need to give some preliminary data.
Preliminary data means that what kind of projects earlier this university has done, or
no. What you are proposing, some preliminary data of that work, what you are proposing, that just, it's a preliminary data, little bit of data, but it need not be absolutely, a big sample size or very statistically significant, not something like that, but a pilot study, a small study, just maybe 1 or 2 experiments that you are proposing, so that the funding body is very assured that this person is capable of handling this. That expertise is there with the person.
Okay. Dr. Dasgupta, there is 2-3 questions. Dr. Ravideep Kaur is asking that very informative softwares, Dr. Dasgupta. Thanks for sharing. Then Sher Goswami is asking, would you say that these eco-friendly technologies have made a huge difference in the field of biotechnologies?
To be very frank, there is a community who is trying to make use all of these eco-friendly technologies to bring forth a lot of change. I cannot say that it has already made a huge difference or not. To a certain extent, I will say yes, it has made, but definitely a lot more needs to be done, because as I said, they are all interrelated. Whether we are talking about biotechnology based or genetic engineering based changes, or whether I'm talking about this blue or green biotechnology or nanobiotechnology, they all are interrelated. So the point is that every technology that I talked about has some plus points and some minus points. So it cannot be that you keep putting a nanoparticle based herbicide and it will keep fortifying or keep improving everything. It will have its own side effect also. So finally the point comes that, what is moderation? How can it be best in the best possible scenario, used in a moderate way, so that you have the good part of both. You are muted, Dr. Sanjana.
Yeah, Dr. Das, there is one more question from Dr. Vijay Kumar, that I want to know which food are safe to eat. Is there any, even the organic ones? I mean, I want to know in which food pesticides are not found. Pesticides used in farming, if gets filtered down to water too. We drink that water, animal drink them. We have these animals as food or drink their milk. So contaminated is everywhere, I think. It may be more in some food and less in someone else, but it's everywhere. Your take on it?
Absolutely, you're absolutely right. It's everywhere. Especially, even when I drive to Amity every morning, I see there are cows all over, even on the highway, and they are eating everything and anything. And at the end, Haryana is very famous for all these dairies, and you know, there are like there are lot of milk is produced, and at the end, so we are drinking that milk only, right? And we are saying we are very, very happy that we are having cow milk, thinking that this is not you know, this is not that packeted mother dairy milk, thinking that it is straight coming from the my next door dairy, and drinking it happily. But actually though, you don't even know how what the cow is feeding on, and so much of plastic and all of that. So I completely agree with you. It is all over the place. It is somewhere less, somewhere more. Yeah, organic is always better because no pesticides are used. But how many people in our country can afford that? We have to think of that also. And believe me, what I have understood over the years, that, you know, people in India are far more resistant to many different, you know, many different diseases in comparison to many other countries. Maybe because, you know, we are exposed to so many of these hazards so much. That is why. But if somebody can grow vegetables in his or her own backyard or in their field and eat that, nothing like it. But the point is, how many can...
We are living in the like flat system, and we don't get so much of space.
So
and
how
we
many...
are always so much afraid of eating vegetables that maybe some injection has been injected in these vegetables. So how safe tomorrow we will open our eyes or not? So that kind of danger is always there in our mind and heart. So how to cope up from that?
So it is very easy for if you give me another 1 hour, I can talk another 1 hour about blue technology and green technology, right? But how much of that eventually gets translated, and how much of that eventually, you know, is coming to the field? All of these, the nano herbicides and pesticides that are used, whether they themselves have any toxic effect or not, how much of it actually is tested in the field, is something that is very, very debatable. It is very debatable, and I'm sure that, you know, that is not even it is beyond the scope of not even this forum, but even, you know, bigger forums. So all that can be said is, you know, that, you know, we continue on our part as biotechnologists or as scientists. We try our level best to give something back to society, and maybe a collective endeavor from people like us will somehow change, you know, at the end. We get something good out of it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Das, for such an informative session. And we are very glad to listen to your inputs. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
so
you.
much.
I hope you enjoyed. Thank you.
Yes, definitely. It was very, very fruitful session.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Dr. Nisha, you would like to say something?
Yes, ma'am, I would like to thank Dr. Dasgupta for such an interesting session. Coming from a non-science background, it was a very informative and a very explanatory session. Thank you, ma'am, once again for your valuable time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear participants, for your comments. So we have come to the end of the day. Tomorrow we have another day tomorrow, and the sub-theme for tomorrow would be processing of positioning your research for publication in high impact factor journals. I have taken the point of Dr. Shreya Goswami and Professor Abdul. Professor Abdul is saying that it would be in the fitness of things if editors of some prominent journals conduct some sessions to let us know what they expect from the research papers while considering their publication. Definitely, this is going to come tomorrow, and you are going to listen to the vibrant speakers who would be speaking on the same things as you are asking Dr. Abdul. So hope to see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Tomorrow we have very vibrant speakers. Tomorrow we have Dr. Ravinder Walia, who is Head of Department, Production and Industrial Department, Punjab Engineering College, Chandigarh. Then Professor PCS Devra, who is a Director of ACOST, Amity University. Then we have Dr. Sumit Narula, who is a Director, Journalism and Mass Communication, Amity University of Communication, Madhya Pradesh, would be taking the session. And then we have Professor Anish Gupta, who is a Zonal Head North, IT Academics, would be taking the session. Dr. Indu Shekhar Thakur, Professor and Director from Earth Sciences and Environmental Sciences, Amity University, Haryana. And Dr. Rishi Mandrai, who is a Professor of Amity Business Schools, Amity University, Haryana. So tomorrow again, we have lexi of very, very good speakers, and this Professor Sumit Narula would be speaking on your question, Dr. Abdul. So thank you, everyone. I'm posting the feedback here. Priya Khera is saying thank you. Thank you, Dr. Vijay Kumar, for your comments. Dr. Purva, thank you so much for your wonderful session. Dr. Ravideep, Dr. Suganya, Dr. Bhakti, thank you so much to everyone. Give me 1 minute. Thank you, Dr. Purnima, Dr. Bhakti. I have posted the feedback reflection form. And dear participants, I'm telling you again and again that your attendance is very important to get the certificate, because AIU is very, very strict and all attendance is going to them directly. We don't have any role in that. So it is requested to attend all the sessions and kindly participate and kindly fill up this form. Our session is starting tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Please be connected by 9:50 or maybe 9:55 to get the smooth entry. Thank you. Good day. Shabba khair. Namaskar. Thank you, Dr. Alkazani. Thank you, Dr. Vijay Kumar. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Maqsood, we can just close the session for the day. Thank you, Maqsood, for everything, for giving us the IT support. Thank you so much.